That's what we want to shift.
But you have to do shift.
We're not live. I can look at the games.
Yes, we're live.
Oh, we're live. I can't look at the
And then you
games.
can force drag tab over.
Oh my God, are you kidding me with these words?
There we go. And as soon as we get confirmation that we're back, we should do it.
Going to be the chipboard thickness and stuff?
Yes.
This is nice. This is really nice.
That was a tabletop deathmatch final.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
We should be streaming. Can you guys see us?
I'll take over on the chat.
We only have, well, it says one person watching, but I see some comments. So let's wait for the numbers to go up. Now I see 53 people.
Oh, yeah. Here, I'm going to sit here, but you'll
Are you guys up? We're just going to wait a second until everyone comes on to our 1 o'clock feed. And then we'll flip the camera around and we'll do our next interview. So let's see our people.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Oh, boy. Jason, can I sit down there?
Yeah. Okay, people are coming across. I'm seeing over 100 and things are going good. Hopefully everyone gets here soon.
Well, I mean, they can always rewatch and catch up.
So Suzanne, how's your convention been going while we wait?
Well, is it really a convention? It's more of a trade show, right?
How's your trade show been going?
My trade show's been great because I am not trading anything, so it's been a lot of fun.
Okay, and here we go.
I think so.
Okay, we should be rolling on both.
Okay, I'm going to clap for sound syncing.
Okay.
Hello and welcome back to Las Vegas for our coverage of the GAMA Trade Show 2016. I'm Eric Summerer here with Peter Vaughn from Breaking Games. Peter, you've got a couple of titles to show us today.
Absolutely. We got a lot of fun stuff cooking. We have, just to go over the past games, we have Letter Tycoon, Game of 49, Boomtown Bandits, all those kind of games. And we've got a really fun lineup coming. So I just want to talk about a couple of those.
Sure.
Okay, so for the birds, just really cute art.
These are adorable.
Yeah, everyone. You have 6 birds and you have 6 action cards, and so it plays 3 to 6. Good family game. What you're doing is you've got a board with coordinates. It's a tree, okay, and you're rolling either the D8 or the D10 depending on the number of players, and you're placing your birds on that board, trying to get 4 in a square or 4 in a row.
Okay.
Easier said than done. Crows are going to be landing in there to bump you off. Hawks are going to be landing in there. There's a pecking order. So if you're playing, you have a pecking order on me, and I have a pecking order on the next person. So if Tom's over here, I got a pecking order on him. When a crow lands, if it knocks you into me, then you knock me somewhere down the line, and we could play sort of a sliding. We're flying out of the tree if you get blocked. So there's it was on Tabletop Deathmatch. And it's really great. And Breaking Games saw it and saw the potential and said, we got to put this game out, get it out there big. It was on Kickstarter, but now a full massive release.
Okay, and these look like custom D10s because you've got some symbols on here.
There is a crow on the black die and a hawk on the brown die, which allows that player to have the easy part of the game is you just roll 2 dice and then place a bird or play a card. That's it.
Okay.
And when you roll a crow or a hawk, you have the choice of taking that strategic action instead of placing one of your birds.
How soon do we see For the Birds?
It looks like Origins is likely.
Okay.
So that'll be fun to launch it there.
Excellent.
And then we're thinking about a nice aviary at Gen Con. So.
Oh, okay. King's Abbey.
King's Abbey, another Kickstarter, really did well. It's a worker placement game that I recently played when I came on board. And it's got a little Stone Age, a little Agricola. It's got your workers are dice monks.
And you get these little mini meeples.
And those are peasants. And they are the tiniest meeple I've seen.
They're very small.
And you put them in the pews here. They actually have to work their way up to the altar, get baptized, so they can work your buildings.
Okay.
And you've got an abbey that you're trying to build for the king. And over 7 rounds, where the darkness of the Dark Ages you're creeping in. You got Vikings attacking you. You've got crusades you can go on. And you're managing, it's a ton of stuff. But what's nice about it? It's super smooth. You know the goals the whole time. You know that the darkness is creeping in, and you've got the time to manage those resources. So you can feed your people, and you can get your peasants on, and you can tell your monks that you need to defend the abbey right now. There's a lot in this one. And the nice thing is it dials up really well. You can add patron saints or relics and lots of deep stuff. The designer, big fan of the Dark Age, big fan of that historical time period, and he's got expansions planned too. So we're really excited about this one.
Excellent. And how far away is this?
This one is probably around the same time frame, but we've actually, the Kickstarter sold so well, we were pretty much out of copies. We're going to reprint it.
Okay.
And that's going to be probably another like a Gen Con landing time frame.
Excellent. Anything else to talk about today?
Yeah, we've got another one out here called Aura. I
right.
definitely want to make sure we mention that one because it's got...
Move the birds out of the way
Yes.
of Aura.
Aura is a game where you've got 5 different colors, and each one trumps another one, and
Okay.
you're holding your hand, and the backs reveal what colors you have to come.
Right.
Okay, your deck, everyone's got the same symmetrical deck, and your deck is your life. So at the end of the game, it's however how much, or if your score, if you're trying to introduce, a casual game with your family into it, you just say, listen, your deck is your score, and as you play cards, you're trying to knock cards out of the other person's deck. And so it's extremely simple. The cards are 1 through 8 with a wild and a special action. And in the rules, you can take that special action out of the game so you can introduce people. It's like everyone knows, 8 beats 7. But there's the trump color involved. So in the game, if you're allowed to play either all of one color or individual or unique colors, so
Okay.
1 red, 1 green, and then 1 blue.
Gotcha.
And everyone else who is defending that turn has to play cards to decide what they're blocking out of this. Any cards you let through is a card that gets discarded. Like I said, that's important.
Out of
That's your
your
life.
deck.
Except for you could choose if you want it off the table, out of your hand, or off the deck. So it's extremely strategic in terms of how you want to play Aura. And also what's neat is you play 2 rounds. The Aura card itself sits on the bottom, which means that when someone hits their Aura card, they shuffle, and then they play what's left, which means you are actively deciding what's in your second round by what you discard.
Right.
So there's a really great strategic game here.
Okay.
The designer's actually a big Magic and Hearthstone player, and he's hoping to just get that kind of those kind of mechanics into a casual game.
Right.
Be able to play with your family and have everyone figure it out.
And what sort of box is this going to be published in?
This is like a it's actually we were debating between a small box, but we're gonna go more for the birds. It's like a 10 by 10 to make it feel big on a shelf, so that
Okay.
families will find it.
And we'll see that when?
And that one also looks like Origins.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wow.
we're
a busy
making that now.
summer for you.
Yes. I could go into all the fall as well, but I thought I'd just start here, and then we'll just keep making more games.
Excellent. Thank you very much
Absolutely.
for joining us
Thank
today.
you. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you for watching.
All right.
Ta-da!
Ta-da. Thank you so much.
These all just end up in a stack.
Yeah. Those are fine in a stack. I can get these in the bag. So, I'll have to follow up with you because we have, there's so many coming that I'd love to get you some advanced ones and have you say, hey, I like this one. I want to follow this one.
Sure.
Nikki was here at some point.
So she came by right before we started. She's gonna come back any minute now. Is that Magic
D8
next?
and D10.
That was gonna. Oh, this is that Magic. Yes, yes.
Yeah, this is it.
So
Breaking
Queen's
Games.
gonna try to be squeezed in before Artana. Yeah, as long as.
No problem, we'll do some Q&A here.
Yeah. Oh, look, it's the man with the hat.
Hey everybody, hope you're enjoying watching the Dice Tower live.
The hat's awesome. Oh, Tom, you're gonna whip him into a frenzy. Everybody's gonna be like, "It's Tom! It's Tom! Come back, Tom!"
Okay, we're gonna take a vote if everyone wants Tom for the next Q&A to join. You guys want Tom here for this Q&A?
Screen sipping water.
So you better write
Yeah,
your
yeah,
comments right
that's so
now.
cute.
Was it double A's? Okay.
Look how cute you look. That's too funny.
John was going for creepy.
Oh, you accomplished
You don't
both.
look creepy. Sorry.
No, but
Where
people
are we gonna
like
put
you.
Peter? Here? I want to be
Yeah. Do you want to be on camera?
Well, I want to be a little bit out of the way.
Well, let's. Okay, well, Peter can come snuggle next to me,
Yeah, let me snuggle.
and then you can snuggle next to Peter.
Snuggle.
Yeah. I think we can't do that with an employee. I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to snuggle. Yeah, I think I would get in trouble for that.
Okay. Just kind of put the mic here.
Yep.
Right there's perfect. And we're starting. Do we have got questions yet?
Not a lot, but I have
All I
questions, so
see
you
is
can ask
Tom
questions.
Tom rebalance with the queen, white sheet of paper.
All right. So are we back on the live stream with?
We're not back. We've
Breaking
been on the
Games?
live stream.
Okay, well, okay, so with Breaking Games. Thank
Hey.
you for that. So I'd love to hear more about For the Birds to start off with, because I don't know if it picked up on the live feed, but I'm kind of in love with the birds and the dice.
I think everyone we've shown to is in love with the birds. I'm in love with the birds too. So.
So kind of the design is super clever. Who did you guys engineer that, or was that part of the? Did they actually? I didn't watch the tabletop deathmatch, or was that part of the game design?
The designer is actually an architect, Stephen Ewald, and he designed the birds.
That is the amazing job there, and the art design is gorgeous. So did the designer also kind of come to the table with that, or how did that work?
Absolutely.
Yeah, he met the artist himself. And
Gotcha.
And after, I think the artist watched Tabletop Deathmatch and said, I'd love to be involved with this project. So, yeah.
That's very, very cool.
Yeah.
And what was the street date on that again?
We're looking at Origins.
At Origins?
Yeah,
Where's the
Okay.
copy? They want to see the birds.
Sure,
So
Yeah.
sure.
we'll hold those birds close up to the
And show them the
camera.
dice. They'll want to see the
Oh,
dice.
bring the dice.
And the dice.
are
And the
really
dice,
cool.
for
We're
sure.
gonna see everything here.
Absolutely.
Show them the lid. I mean, the art. Can we show them the lid? Because
Yeah.
the art
The lid,
design on
yeah.
this is really stunning.
But the board is
The board,
super
too.
stunning.
We didn't have the board
too.
up there, so.
Show them a close up of the board too. That is just
That's
awesome.
the grid you're
There's
trying
the
to
board.
win.
It's actually
Okay.
a tree,
It's a tree, yep.
It is a tree. It's a
Yeah.
tree. That's so clever.
and you can move the birds around the tree.
So there's the birds come in 6 colors.
Yes. Look at these.
And there's
And
birds.
there's
Well, and each bird is different, right?
Each bird is different
bird's,
with the
like,
graphic
design is a
design,
little bit
and then
different.
they're all named. So you have cardinals and budgies and blue jays, whatever.
There's so many birds.
Look at the card colors, aren't they gorgeous?
Yeah, they're gorgeous.
Yeah, and then you get the hawks,
Oh, and then the hawks that are bigger, so they.
the
you can see
crows.
size difference
The
in
crows
that.
are the same size,
Yep.
but there's enough of them to scare those birds off.
That's very, very cool.
And your viewers will love the dice.
Oh, the dice. Oh my goodness, yeah, because they are custom stamped and etched. Tom took away the dice, but
I can't see Tom flip the
yeah,
thing.
it's okay. But they literally have the
I'm
little
hoping this is
birds
in focus. Tom's white balancing.
etched in it.
Or
I'm
doing
focusing
something.
here. Calm down.
Oh, Tom's focusing for us. Is that good? Is that camera
It's a
shot?
nice picture of your finger.
The table
Yeah.
is glaringly
Is that a better
white. We're being
shot
told.
of the
The
custom
birds
dice?
are chipboard, and they're printed on both sides,
Yeah,
and they are really sturdy. What's
Yeah.
the millimeter on this?
They lock together really well. These are close to 4.
They're
between 3
so
and 4,
awesome.
actually.
I just
Yeah.
love that. That's awesome.
Yep, we made them so sturdy because they have to come apart and go back
and
together.
you got to move them a lot.
Yes,
because you're gonna
going to
bump yourself off the tree.
Yeah,
and
they
it's really fun.
they feel incredible. I love that. That's really great.
And here's some pretty cool
My,
cards.
this is an advanced copy, and I had it at my house. My son, who's 6, he saw the box and he was just super excited. He said, I didn't even know how to play, but okay, Dad, how do we play this? That's what this game is going to do, I think.
That's
Blue Jays
one
and the
question that was,
Orioles.
do we know what birds were chosen to go into the game?
Well, in terms of the
types of different types of birds, yeah, yeah.
They're on
Well,
the cards.
to be clear, the powers are not asymmetrical. They're everyone's got the same powers. So
Okay.
just for flavor, but he picked fun, cardinals and blue jays that people would know.
And also different kind of colors, right,
Yeah,
that would
different
pop and
colors,
look
yeah,
like that.
yeah.
So that's really, really cool.
And the names of the birds are on the cards.
Trevin keeps on asking silly questions. He wants to know what your favorite bird is.
Favorite bird in this?
I think just favorite
Just your
bird in real
favorite bird in
life, like
general.
whatever bird you just
Well,
like.
I like sparrows
There
myself.
you go.
Sparrows are good.
That's
ones.
only because I rescued a sparrow when I
Yeah.
was little.
I'm really
Aw.
good friends with Teal Fristo, and so I've been playing a lot of Birds of a Feather, and there's a
love that
lot
game.
of birds in that game. So I don't know if I can pick a favorite, but but in this game, I like the budgies because I like this green. This is a really
That's a
fun
beautiful
one,
card.
yeah.
I like quail.
Quail, oh, that's nice, yeah.
Got the little thing on top. There you go.
I like penguins.
Oh,
Penguins
good.
are awesome.
Yes.
I love penguins too.
Penguins are a bit,
are good.
That's why it's
company
our logo.
logo's got penguins in it, so.
So you talked about Game of 49 also.
Yes.
Over there. That game we got to see about 2 years ago, I think, at Board Game Geek when it was
Yeah.
first in Proto. what's your kind of time frame on that? 'Cause that's a great game.
Oh, it's got an
Have you seen
exciting
the new
story.
box?
No.
Oh, we've
Oh,
got a
we
new
should-
box.
Yeah,
Should have that with
the
us, but-
redesign, the reapproach to the art, because it's just numbers on a grid. But I think you guys did a great job of kind of modernizing it a little bit, still
Yeah.
keeping it really clear.
Sherry had a great
It looks
presentation where she showed the back, and it's like, it's important to say that's not bingo. It is not, right? It's got a great bidding, great money's under the table, and you're really having a fun time. And I don't think the family audiences were going to see that until we.
So just so you know, it will be in Target stores between June 19th and June 25th.
Awesome.
And we do have an end cap in 95% of the Target stores.
Congrats on that.
$49. So they recognized how good that game was, and we're super proud of Mark Corsi.
Oh, who
Yeah.
is like the nicest?
He is the
Yeah,
nicest
he's
man, and he
great.
deserves
He is
his
just the
success.
sweetest guy.
Absolutely.
And he created this crazy simple game that is so cutthroat. So
is.
anybody who
Yes.
knows me knows I was
But you
this
can be
close to
nice.
flipping a table.
But you
over that
can be
game.
nice.
I was so into it. It was awesome. One quick question on For the Birds is, do we know what the price point's going to be around in here?
Yeah, we have an MSRP of 40.
Okay.
So
wow, is
yeah.
that it?
Yeah.
Nice. It's very affordable. All right. And then can you talk to us a little bit about Aura?
Yes.
A little bit more?
Absolutely.
You showed it off in the
Prototype box
interview,
just
but
so that you could show them something.
Oh, okay, great, thanks. Yeah, this is about the size of the box. We're still working on
Yep.
the box, but it is. We played it last night, and I had only just sampled it. The strategy is so good. I got my butt kicked, but I want back in because I can see what you could do in this game. You know, they're the action cards, which he advises you take out until you understand what you're doing with the normal cards is a good idea, because you have the action cards, they'll do things like every card that's blocked is not blocked. And and here's what's really interesting about that. Normally you're playing one-on-one, right? Here, if you have a 4-player game, if I play a reverse, which does that unblocked to blocked, it's for every player. And so it's kind of interactive where you're like, okay, you're going to block this one? Or are you going to reverse this? Are you going to steal my card? There's this great interactive play with multiple play, it's not just head-to-head.
And it's a great introduction to the strategy of Magic.
Yeah,
That's really where he was coming from.
because you've got a card. He's got another really interesting mechanic in it called chaining. So let's say I put down 4 numbers, 8, 6, 5, and 1, and my those numbers are independently trying to get in. But if I put 2 5s and one of the 5s gets in, the other 5 automatically gets in. So same numbers chained together. And that kind of stuff, as you're playing, you're like, wow, now I see how deep this could get,
So let's go into something else that I was just thinking about. But we have a friend in common from California.
Oh, yes, we do.
Mike, who's in your playtest
I
group.
love Mike Rizzo.
He's been my friend since high school. Before high school, I've known him
Yeah.
almost my whole life. Me and Tom have stories about when we stayed at his house one time. And I know he's told me how you used to work for Disney and did artwork. And
Yeah.
how much of that do you bring into the games? How much artwork do you like to get involved with, since you obviously were an artist
Oh,
for
it's a
Disney?
passion project. I mean, Letter Tycoon, I was going to do the art, but I'm so happy we found Max Schubert because Letter Tycoon looks gorgeous. And a lot of people told me, you don't have to make a word game with any art. You can just make it, no, it's just words. That's the important thing. I said, I'm not making a game that's not gorgeous. I love when games have a solid, first of all, it's like you take any game that's got a complex mechanism. You need a good UI, UX experience in that game. You need to be able to navigate complex mechanics, and the look is what helps do that for you. There's artists that understand that, and so we're trying to partner with them as well. Sometimes we have the designer and the artist in the same. Chris Strain is one of my good friends, and he did Asking for Troubles. He's a great designer, and he puts the art right in there. I mean, that's the kind of partnerships that, of course, are golden.
One more quick question. I'm sorry to keep on going back to For the Birds, but for the Kickstarter, there's people. Obviously, the general release is Origins timeframe
Yes.
is what you said. But what about the Kickstarter backers? Do you have a
They're
sense
gonna
of when
get
this?
it. They're gonna hopefully get it earlier because that's
Okay.
what Steve has really been thinking about them.
We're only 6 weeks. Yeah, we're about 6
Yeah.
we'll out from landing in the United States.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not
So
long.
we're
not
going to
bad.
focus on getting them their games, and then of course we'll go wide.
And they're being distributed from the West Coast, so it'll even speed it up faster.
Yeah.
That's great. That's awesome. What else did you guys want? Is there anything else that you want to talk to us about for right now that you've got coming up?
I mean, I can. We certainly have a bunch of other ones to keep on the radar. We've got a game called Pocket Dungeon Quest, which It's a great like role player, but in a tile format. Really cute art as well. Like you're playing the wizard, but it's cooperative. So you're all trying to like find the gems, get the exit, get out before the big boss. That one is coming out. We have Guardians Explorer, which we're still working on printing. We have Moonquake Escape, which is down the road, which is a big BGG anticipated one. It's a 3D board where the rings are rotating and you're trying to escape from a prison and be the one to get to the solitary rocket. So for anyone who's a big strategy player, we've got a line of strategy games coming that we're really proud of.
That's really cool. It seems like you guys are making a pretty distinct shift to expand into a little more thinky. We have somebody asking about Letter Tycoon real
Letter
quickly.
Tycoon.
There's interest in an expansion.
Ooh, and we have
Yes.
that planned.
Absolutely.
I have to tell you about Letter Tycoon expansion because Brad, the designer of Letter Tycoon, baked all of that in there. Actually, the game has so much more depth that we haven't even shown yet. And the reason why we took it out is because we felt like it was really important for the mass market to just show a good, solid word game. But the expansion takes away that randomness of your letter draw and starts to give you global powers that you can work with. I can't wait. Those are going to be so much fun.
And that one's in Marbles now, and also coming out in Barnes & Noble in June.
We're super excited that Barnes & Noble
Super
wants to take a
excited
look
about
at
that.
it. Because it just
It's a
feels
perfect fit.
it
It
feels
is.
like if you're there, you already love words. You should, if you're in there.
You should know how to
okay.
spell if you're going to be reading.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
no-brainer, but yeah, they have some great ideas.
So
for
I want to
expansions.
say something else on the Letter Tycoon expansion. We have a Tycoon Club that we're starting. So if you are a big fan of Letter Tycoon and you want to be part of the expansions, play testing and so forth, if you reach out to Breaking Games, we would love to talk to you. Because we want to make sure that the expansion, there's so many powers we have thought of, we make sure that we get the ones that everyone wants to play. So we'd be
Great.
happy to do that.
Awesome. Well, I'm a fan, so I'm looking forward to
All right,
that. So
yeah,
thank you.
let's talk about it.
Thank you so much for stopping by and talking with us. We
Thank
really
you.
appreciate it. Good
Thank
luck.
you.
Hope you
Thank
have a
you.
great show. It's nice to
Appreciate
see you
it.
both.
Good to see you.
And I'll say hi to Mike.
Of
We're gonna have so much fun in LA.
Before you run, because I find it interesting, tell us quickly about the Disney movies you worked on, because I think everyone would find that interesting since you worked on a lot of them.
I started on Tarzan, which was a dream to be in there on the Tarzan graphics. I worked on Fantasia 2000. I worked on Emperor's New Groove. I worked on Home on the Range and Chicken Little. I worked on Meet the Robinsons. I worked on the Planes movies and the Tinkerbell movies, the directed DVDs. But it's just so much fun there, and they teach you that this same thing in games. It's very collaborative, so it's a really fun environment to be in. And that I feel like the board game community is just mirrors that exactly. So
And we're thrilled to have him. He's
Yes.
the best thing to happen.
Good guy.
Yes, she says, well, thank you guys so much for coming on.
Absolutely.
And let's, we're going to be switching in a second.
Okay.
What are we switching?
Well, I'm going to switch these with Suzanne real quick.
Yep.
Tom's
I'm outta
coming
here.
in.
There you go.
all right.
Nora, you said you really need Tom. Tom is coming in here.
Just briefly.
So I think Tom's going to bring us some news.
We're
or
going to be
something.
we're going to be moving to Artana briefly. Let me move this mic here. It's kind of an odd table here. Okay.
Okay, Tom's in now. This is your chance to talk to Tom.
Again,
Oh,
this
no.
is like it's like saying, "Hey, look, I'm here." I think they saw me. Sit down. Hang on one second.
Tom's tweeting. Notice how right away Tom is so used to, he grabs the mic and sticks it on his lapel. Tom then never lets it sit on the table. He's like, it's the mic. It's mine.
No, it just sounds better. That's all. So, I'm excited. Galaxy Quest, the board game, coming from Galaxy Quest, the board game, coming from Catalyst Games.
Really?
So that's still in the early phases, I believe, but Catalyst has not come through yet, so I'm looking forward to that. So there's that. We're going to have Artana on in just a minute, so is there any questions here? And just so you know, Board Game Geek is doing a live feed at the same time. So you're going to see publishers coming in and going to one feed and some coming to our feed. We're trying to have all the publishers at some point, and we're going to be splitting these up later on into actual videos coming out over the next several weeks. So we're working hard on that. This is kind of just a live thing, so you can be here and be part of it. And these live sessions and Q&As like we just did, those you probably won't see later on.
Someone asked about Civil War trailer. Are you excited?
I am. Let's see. Jazz, get the tranquilizer again. We can. All right, let's do it. Clue right away too. Get you
Yes.
over there. Let's move
We have Nikki here from Queen. She's
Again.
coming over. We're gonna move it around.
Hi, I'm Eric.
Hello, Nikki.
How are you, Nikki?
Okay.
You'll be on this side over here. As far as, oh, you go ahead.
I was just getting your last name. Pontius.
Hey, you said it right.
I'm quick
So we
on
have an
that.
overhead camera,
Okay.
which gets about a third, the middle third of the table. So if there's whatever components, board elements you want to show off,
Okay.
we're not doing like a full rules explanation, but you know, components that you want to show off, quality or
Okay.
wooden pieces or whatever you've got in there.
Okay. Flying parts. This guy.
I think
Good mix of stuff.
because the background sepia.
That's the actual colors.
Okay. I haven't ever done one of these
Oh,
live
okay, well,
things before, so.
We're essentially a quick overview.
Okay.
What type of game is it? Show off some pieces and when is it available?
Okay.
General overview.
Available, I'm not quite sure.
Okay, well, you can say soon. You can say we're aiming for blank.
Okay.
You know, vague, we're used to vague. We can do vague.
May we put the box up over here?
Sure.
Is that all right?
Nice.
This is for you,
Okay.
and then this can get clipped somewhere. Yeah, that's probably a good place for it. Yes, if you can cover up as much of me as possible. That's great.
There is technically room on the right-hand side too. Oh, yeah, you can keep going. You probably just go. You can probably go another 2 inches too.
Yeah, expansion for Tesla versus Edison.
No, I'm talking about the. Now, if you could go under the table.
Now I can just duck down. All right, are we ready? We've got the live stream right in front of us. We've got that one running. As soon as I start, I'm going to do a quick clap to sync both of those cameras.
Okay.
So just don't be startled by the sudden clap.
Eric, they want the mic closer to you guys. Put it behind the shield.
The closer it is to us, the more we're going to talk over it.
I trust Eric with his voice work.
Yeah, you put it where you think it should go.
I think it's... Are we set? Okay, we're going to clap. Hello and welcome back to our coverage of the GAMA Trade Show 2016. I'm Eric Summerer here with Nikki from Queen Games. Hello, Nikki.
Hi.
And we're looking at world monuments,
Yep.
which is the usual Queen standard of production, the thick tiles, wooden bits. Tell us about how the game works.
Yes. All right. You are going to first quarry your stones here. So there's 2 rounds. There's a whole setup versus what round you're in. The game plays in 3 rounds.
Okay.
And you set up from a grab bag, you set up all the little stones
All right.
and you collect them with this little black pawn.
Okay.
Well, it's not that little. It's actually
Yeah, it's a pretty
size
big
guy.
black pawn.
First player can start anywhere they want, but you always have to keep in mind that you have to end on the outer circle. So there's a little bit of a thing. You get, during the normal gameplay, everyone is going to get 4 movements. So I could go 1, 2, 3, 4. As long as I end up
On the outside.
in the outside, it's good.
Okay.
I take these stones and I place them behind my screen so no one, unless you can keep track of what people have picked up, what you're trying to do is build one of these monuments. You're going to choose one of the 4 that come in the box.
It's a whole stack of boards here.
There's four monuments you can choose from, and you are collecting stones to build these monuments. First level is purple stones, second level is red, third white, and the top level is orange. So you want to collect these to build in that order.
Okay.
So as you start to build, let's see, did I even grab a purple? I did. I would put this purple down, and there is a whole scoring thing on the back of your screen for the level that you're building on. So your first purple is only going to get you 1 point, but you can't proceed to the next level without building on top of a purple.
Gotcha.
So there's the potential of setting up the next player's turn.
The big points come near the end of the structure,
Exactly.
the capstones.
But the trick is, if you pass, you are out for that round. So it forces you to play maybe not the greatest move, and
But something that keeps you in the running so
Right.
you can play those higher
so you can
price
at least get up to this 9-pointer, which in this particular building is the orange. And you go until you finish the monument
Okay.
and score at the end. There are blue, which are kind of as many as you collect. You don't use them to build
Oh, it's simply
the
set
monument,
collection.
but it's a set collection
Okay.
deal, and there's a black cube that is seated in the grab bag, which gets you 2 points.
Okay.
But it's not a collective thing.
So each game that you play is going to be building one particular monument. And then
Exactly.
next game you'll switch out and pick another
Exactly.
one. Well, these look like final components. How soon are we hoping to see this game?
In 3 months, several
Okay.
months from now. Yeah, we just, this is a German kind of test prototype.
Okay.
We just actually ran a Kickstarter for printing the English version and the across the board language. But as you can see, it's very language independent. The rules will be printed in a couple languages,
Right.
but there's no cards to read, there's no nothing like that, so
Right.
it's pretty easy.
All right. Well, World Monuments, Nikki, thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for joining us, and thank you for watching. And there we go. Pretty simple.
Okay.
And then, as far as people chatting on the web, they were watching that live.
Where's Suzanne? They're on briefly. But only give her a few questions and then.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, you can come start setting up here.
It's Nikki, right?
Yep. So Suzanne's back in here. We're going to talk to Nikki in a second when she gets over here. If you have questions about that or other Queen games, or even game night questions too. Yeah, game night questions are good. Just ask away whatever you want for Nikki, and just get your questions out.
Good.
Did Jasco ever come home? No. We have not done Jasco yet?
Right here. If you don't mind. Yeah, you guide away.
What's my live area for showing components?
Welcome, Nikki. Thank you so much. Take a seat, make yourself at home. The camera that's recording is right here for you.
Okay.
And we've got a couple of questions for you, and we might
Okay.
ask some questions as well. Just take a couple minutes.
Okay.
Sounds good. So first of all, there's a question about why are the Kingdom Builder expansions being released so close together? Do you have any insight on that?
That was the first Kingdom Builder we ran a few months ago, the Marshlands. There was a lot of talk about what's next. So we decided just to push that one forward. Donald had it ready to go. There was no reason to just sit on it. And people wanted bigger, the new bigger box that would hold everything.
Right.
So it was a reason for us to kind of get the new big box out with the new tray in it to fit everything.
Great. And do you know, is there going to be an expansion to Queen's Architect?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, that's fair. That's an honest answer. And a lot of people are interested because they know you from game night.
Okay.
So they want to know when you're going to be teaching more games on game night.
Me teaching more games. It's a pressure to teach those games on game
So
night.
much,
so,
right?
I prefer the pressure to be on David Arnott and Aaron Kapaki than on myself. If it's a simple game, like I've taught Ringo Flamingo on game night like a couple years ago, and that's
I love Ringo Flamingo.
I can handle teaching that one. I think I've taught a couple others that are in the can, but we haven't released yet. But mostly that's Dave's and Aaron's thing. They're more precise than I am.
That's totally fair. And then, do you have a favorite game night episode?
Favorite game night episode?
Well, that's true.
I like a lot of them. I guess
That's fair.
one of the the very first game night we recorded was a King of Tokyo. That was a lot of fun. I think because it was the first one we did.
Yeah.
But we have another one coming up, which I can't wait till it's released. That I really enjoyed playing. It's a
Ooh.
longer, deeper game.
Any other hints you could drop about that? Oh, she's like a lot. She's just.
You guys shoot it at your house too, don't you?
We have a studio set up, with all the perfect, wonderful equipment, and it's kind of our game room that we've set up. When we first started, it was like just outside of our kitchen. So when we moved the location, some people were saying, "Oh, I miss seeing like the kitchen and the sink in the background," and it felt more like home. But it was such a oh my God, the kitchen's I have to clean up the kitchen so we can record at the table. So it's just easier to keep a nice, pristine room.
Totally.
Have you thought of crossover? Like if Tom's out there, maybe Dice Tower crossover or something?
That is up to us.
That's what I'm saying. Next time you're in California, Tom, a crossover episode.
Well, we're almost out of time, and there
Okay.
were a couple more questions
Okay.
about Queen Games, which
Okay.
is what you're here to represent. So there was a question about. I'm sorry, and I just lost it.
Hands in the Sea. I saw a question.
Is Hands on the Sea a Queen game?
Isn't that someone?
I don't
No.
think it is. Oh, there was something about double-sided boards, and whether there would be an easy and a hard side on the player boards.
For monuments?
For World Monuments, are the player boards on World Monuments? Yeah.
It's one-side.
It's one-sided.
It's
Okay.
one-sided. The
Okay.
Kickstarter that just ended, we added a bunch of more boards,
Uh-huh.
but the boards are just the one side.
And do you have any info on the Shogun big box, or is that just not something you have on the top of your head?
As far as I know, we keep having problems with the construction of the inside, the
Oh, okay.
plastic.
Gotcha. The insert.
It just wasn't what we got back from the manufacturer was just not acceptable. So it turns into, okay, well, the next time we can do this is 2 months from now.
Gotcha.
It's like, well, make it acceptable the first time, and then we don't have to keep pushing it back.
Right.
So
Okay. So a little bit delayed because you'd rather focus on quality
Yeah.
than.
Right.
Okay, that's fair.
well, if it's not going to fit everything like
Yeah.
you said it was going to,
It doesn't
then,
work.
Yeah.
And then on World Monuments, there's a question about colorblind attention because there's that spatial element. And do you know if there was any effort focused on colorblind studies, or is it just kind of you had to go with the player color, the different
Just
colors?
went with the normal kind of queen colors, blue, green, extra purple is usually the extra color in our
Right.
games. So
Which
yeah.
I know, like some people, like for some color blindness, like purple and blue is just
Yeah,
brutal. So
yeah.
okay, and then will all the Kingdom Builder expansions fit inside of the big box?
Yes, it is in the new big box. Yes.
Okay,
Well, Miss Suzanne, we gotta move around back over there.
it sounds good. Well, thank
Okay.
you so much, Nikki from
All
Queen
right.
Games. Appreciate
Okay,
it.
Thank you.
Back
All right,
to
guys,
the
let's give them whiplash. I love doing that stuff.
They were making fun of Eric or Z when they had their badge on. Noob. I will not make that mistake. I doubt anyone will judge you though, because you're our guest. So.
No pressure, no pressure.
All right, you guys ready? We're rolling here. I'll hold that for you.
Thank you, sir. And you want audio sync? All right. Hi, and welcome back to the Dice Tower's GAMA 2016 preview show. I'm Chaz Marler, and today I'm joined with Dirk from Artana Games, who has a couple of titles that you're going to talk about what's coming up soon. So what do you got first?
Absolutely, Chaz. So, we recently just finished a Kickstarter for a game called Corrupted Kingdoms that's coming out this fall that we're really excited about. The next game we're gearing up for is an expansion to our 2015 game Tesla versus Edison. So we were very blessed to get great response to that, and so we've put together an expansion with a whole bunch of things I'd like to share with you if I can.
Excellent. I would love to see what you've built into this game.
Fantastic. So what you're seeing here is sort of the new core of the player, what the player plays with, sort of a player board. And in the player board, you now have a headquarters that you can build for the company. So not only do you have your inventor and the luminaries who are working as employees, but now over the course of the game, you can build a laboratory, a works, an office, and a studio. And each of those things are offering benefits that change the way your company plays and behaves, and also can give you some points at the end of the game. So it really makes the playing positions even more asymmetrical, more different and interesting, but also allows you to pursue very specific strategies of your choice by leveraging those headquarters.
It's neat that it adds a more asymmetrical kind of branching off point for it. So how many, is there anything else included?
Definitely so. So as you might imagine with an expansion, we have added a lot more content. So the luminaries that you're seeing here are all new ones that we're adding in the game. There's some other new ones. We have new propaganda cards. But one of the things that we're really excited about is that we have introduced a sixth inventor and allow a sixth player to play. Which is cool in and of itself. But what we're really excited about is that with this whole game, and you notice it here a little as well with these new luminaries, we're really wanting to tell the story of famous and important women of the 19th century. So the new inventor is Madam C.J. Walker, who had a big empire in the personal care business, sort of multi-level marketing, was a great innovator. And so, we're bringing her to life in this game as the sixth player, and again, along with some other really important women as well. We feel like to round out and tell the whole story of this sort of rollicking 19th century, we've got to get the gals involved too. So sixth player, we have the female luminaries as well. Another feature that we're excited about are event cards. So it's something that you've seen in other games where start of the turn you reveal an event card. But it's a 6-turn game, Tesla versus Edison. You're only going to use 6 in a game. We've created 33 different events.
Oh, excellent.
So the amount of variety that you're going to get game over game is it's off the charts. And
That's great.
And we've been very careful to make sure there's no events on the last turn that are going to just blow up your whole game. But there certainly are events during the game that could really make things more challenging for you.
Are the events all negative, or is there a mix of negative and positive ones?
It's a mix. We're a little bit more on the positive side, and then some neutral, and then some negative as well. And one of the things we've done is with the really positive one, we've made them auctions. So there's going to be these opportunities for really game-changing things. You better get your wallet out and deal with that.
That's going to be a nice little twist, an added layer to it.
Absolutely. It's testing great, and people are really enjoying it.
Where is the expansion for Tesla versus Edison at production-wise?
We're in late development. We're still doing some playtesting, but we're also preparing our final production files. So as you can imagine, we're getting pretty close to the end. There is one other feature I want to share with you, and I think it's the most innovative thing that we're doing in Tesla versus Edison.
Okay.
So we are introducing a whole series of robots.
Oh.
And what we're doing is for each inventor, and these are the ones for Madam Walker's company, there are 2 different robots. There's a Charles Babbage robot for easy play, and there's an Ada Lovelace robot for more challenging play.
Okay.
And so for all 6 of the inventors, they have 2 unique robots. And this is not just for solitaire play. This isn't, I want to play with one other thing, so I'm going to use this robot. I could be in a 4-player game and bring a robot to the table for 5. I could be 1 and play against 4 robots. I could just play 6 robots around the table and just game master the robots.
So it introduces just an AI for
Yeah.
as many players as you want to fill up the table with whatever size crowd you want to play with.
That's exactly right. And we tested a number of ways to do it. The way we picked is actually super straightforward, super easy and super fast. So it's going to be really speedy to get these robots going in your games.
And you mentioned 2, so does that mean there's a total of 12 different robots?
There are 12 robots that you can bring to the table.
Nice. So that,
Yeah.
again, makes a lot of different options and different configurations available.
Exactly. You know, in some of my past games, I've resisted doing solitaire type engagements because it feels a little tacked on. It doesn't feel fulsome enough. And we feel like here we have a really complete solution, something that really brings a lot to the table.
Excellent. So, okay, that is the Tesla versus Edison expansion that's coming up later this year. Anything else that you want to say about it before we move on?
No, you know, just it's going to be a big box, 2 decks of cards, you know, the mats, some wood, and there's going to be a lot there, and I think people are going to love it.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
And what it adds to the game. Okay. Now, the next thing that you wanted to talk about, I
Yes.
believe, is a game that I actually got to play a preview copy of at BGGCon last
Yes.
year. So why don't you tell us about this?
Yeah, so Chronicles 1 Origins is the game, and I know you're interested in it, and you know our audience as well. For those of you who aren't familiar with it, what we're doing is we're innovating with a new system called the Echo system, and the idea there is everything that happens in this one box that you buy and play with us, Chronicles 1 Origins, will be translatable into the next game in the series, Chronicles 2. I won't tell you the full name of that, but the Chronicles 2 box. So you're going to be building this world over, you know, over thousands of years in the game, where part of the world will be built in box 1, and then onto box 2, and onto box 3.
Who are the same designers working on every title in the series, or is it going to be different designers per game?
It's going to be the same team. It's myself and Rob Davio, who's done some games that you might be familiar with, Pandemic Legacy, and it's been a terrific partnership.
Now, unlike traditional legacy games, where you have the one title, the one game in a box that you are evolving over multiple play sessions, the Chronicles series will have multiple titles, and there'll be a continuity that's established in one game that will carry over to the next title in the series?
That's exactly right. So in the first game, in Chronicles 1 Origins, you start out building tribes in the Stone Age. And still in that first Chronicles 1 box, you take the tribes you build in the Stone Age and you bring them to the Bronze Age, where they're competing as kingdoms.
And that's still in the first box?
Still in the first box, 2 games in 1.
Okay.
At the end of the first box, you're going to have these kingdoms with a whole bunch of different attributes and stats and things going on. When the second box comes out, that game is going to have totally different mechanics. It's almost in no way going to resemble anything in the first box, but it's going to have hooks that allow you to translate what you did in the first box over into the second for the second stage in the series. And I'm not going to tell you what historical period it covers, but it's so different that people we've talked to about the design can't believe that we're going to be doing what we're doing.
So I wasn't aware of that. So
Yeah.
just for an analogy, like say Risk Legacy, it's the first game isn't going to be like Risk Legacy, and then the next title in the series isn't going to be like Risk Legacy just with a different map. It's actually you're a completely different game, different mechanics, different type of game.
Absolutely.
That's going to be fascinating to see how that plugs together.
These aren't the sort of correct examples to use, but it's like game 1 is Agricola and game 2 is Seven Wonders, and they are totally hooked together and operating in the same universe.
That's going to be really intriguing. And for the game itself, like the first one that has the Stone and the Bronze Age in it, is the game designed for just like one play session through, or is it multiple play sessions to build up these tribes and kingdoms? How does that work?
Yeah, so there will be 8 tribes that you'll be building at the start, so that's 8 sessions. And then once you have your tribes, only 5 of those will carry forward to become kingdoms.
Okay.
And those 5 kingdoms will compete in a cycle of about 8 games as well.
Okay.
So we're designing to make that cycle of 8 plus 8 the best it can possibly be. If at the end of that process there's some way to make it more replayable and stuff, we'll consider that, but that's not what this project is about.
It's really about this continuity and telling the story.
That's right, right. To create a unique world that's all your own, that's very different from what people are doing in other boxes, and again, carries on for years. And one of the things that we've had some concerns about from possible customers is they're saying, if I don't like the Stone Age and the Bronze Age, I'm just shut out. I can never get into this, right? And that's not how it works. So each game is going to be designed so you can get started right with that game. From my perspective, you're going to lose a lot of richness because there's going to be a lot that's not carrying forward. You're starting from scratch, basically, but you'll be able to do that.
You could technically jump in at title number 2 in the series.
Absolutely can, and philosophically, what we're trying to do is make each game sort of the best example of that type of game it can be. So Stone Age and Bronze Age, we're designing that and saying, forgetting about this whole ecosystem, how can we design this as the best example of a game talking about that period? When we do the Renaissance game, we're going to be trying to design the best possible Renaissance game. So if you have no interest in this giant arc of things that we're doing, if you just want to do a game about the Renaissance, that game is going to be fantastic.
Cool. And is there a planned number of games for the Echo series?
We've publicly said 5,
Okay.
and that's all I'm going to say.
Fair enough. Okay. Excellent. All right. Well, that's Chronicles Origins, and also the Tesla versus Edison expansion.
The Powering Up expansion.
The Powering Up. That's the name of it. Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks, Chaz.
And be sure to check out more of the GAMA 2016 trade show videos on the Dice Tower. Thanks. All right. So I'm sure there's been Q&A questions piling up over there.
Bring this over here.
So this going to Twitter or like
On YouTube.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, the YouTube live stream is the comments that are rolling in, and so Jason
Right.
It could be by size. Sure. No, I didn't know.
Yeah. Thanks for the enthusiasm. It's always so people are excited about it. I gotta shake
Grab your mic as well. There.
Yeah, you can walk right off.
Live this year, huh? Live this year.
As you can see, we have blue orange behind us. They'll be next, but we're going to talk to Artana for a little bit here. So send in your questions for Artana.
You want me to sit here or stand?
Is anyone else coming with us? If no one else is coming in, you can sit here.
Perfect. Still putting it up. Do I need a mic or are we good?
No, we got the mic right here.
Beautiful.
We're live. We're waiting for some questions for you. So let's see what we get coming up. When is the expansion coming out, I guess, while we wait?
So the expansion, the Tesla versus Edison Powering Up expansion will come out this fall.
Oh, here you go. Here's an interesting question. With the addition of the robots, do you feel the theme changes? Because before it was like historical, and in the past now, you've now changed it a little. So talk about that.
Yeah, no, I don't, the question is asking about the theme change. I don't think that the theme is changing. The robot is basically pretending that there's another player sitting in the position and playing the game. So if anything, I think it allows the theme to come a little bit more to life because you can get more of the real historical inventors who are all there and competing at the same time.
Here's another Tesla and Edison question. What prompted the change in the expansion to take the influence over the stock market away and instead make the event deck control the stock market?
So we're still tweaking that. I mean, the stock market is still a key part of the game. We've changed a little bit how it functions in order to flatten the difficulty between players who haven't played before and players who have played a lot. And so we think we've done some successful things there, but we're actually talking about still having the stock prices move in the same way that they did before. This must be one of our testers, thank you very much, who asked that question because nobody else would know. Thank you for helping us though.
We'll pretend that that's not staged questions. I don't know, I'm just reading the questions as they come. Let's see. Will it be possible to replay Chronicles Game 1? Let's talk about Chronicles a little bit. Will it be possible to replay it, or is it going to be a one play and then you go on to the next one?
We're designing it to make it be the best possible one play that it can be. And if when we're done with that, without sacrificing the quality of that, it's possible for replayability, we'll add it in. But no promises, because what we want to make sure is that one, essentially approximately 16 game arc of experience is the best that it can possibly be.
When does it actually go on Kickstarter?
I'm not going to announce a date. We announced February before, and we didn't manage to make that. And I don't want to announce a wrong date again. So
Yeah, no worries,
coming
no
soon.
worries.
Coming soon.
For Legacy Style game, would you be able to skip one in the series and keep going, or do you need to play them in order?
You'll definitely be able to skip one and keep going. If you're trying to play them as a series, you will need to play them in order. So if you start with game 3 and go back to game 1, what you've done in game 3 won't be able to hook into game 1. But
Okay.
you could start with 3, skip 4, go on to 5, and what you did in 3 would still have some potential impact on 5.
But if you just want to play like the Renaissance one,
Yeah.
you could skip the earlier one.
Totally could, absolutely.
What was the biggest challenge working on a Legacy game versus a traditional game?
It's been a learning process. This is my first Legacy game. I've had the privilege to be working with Rob Davio, who's of course the inventor of Legacy Games.
Mr. Legacy.
With just incredible talent and experience with these kind of things. Biggest challenge is just thinking, with like an 8-game series, thinking about every single game of that being like a whole different game. Like each of those 8 games needs to be properly balanced, given that it's very different. And so there's more to do. There's definitely more to do.
They're asking about, back to Tesla and Edison, will you have a deluxe edition where you can get the base game and the expansion all in one?
We are not going to have a single box deluxe edition at this point. We have essentially sold out of the base game. Thank you. We're very appreciative to our fans for that. We will be reprinting the base game. We'll be offering the base game and the expansion as 2 boxes in a package in the Kickstarter, and they'll both be separately available.
Perfect. Chronicle sounds amazing.
Well, thanks.
Rob has done an amazing job, and it must have been interesting to work with him on this.
Oh, it's been a wonderful learning opportunity. I'm very blessed.
Yes, well, we're happy to have you, and thanks for coming out, and look forward to Chronicles coming on Kickstarter. We can't say when, but soon. And let's get back to the other side. We have Blue Orange up next.
Yeah, so
Thanks,
far
Jason.
you have
Yes.
a texture and everything for balls, and then a challenge card. You try to pour the balls between the tubes until they match.
Did you want to pick a couple of things and pull the comments out?
Sure. Oh yeah, it's coming.
I love that game.
Hey, is Blue Orange technically the 2 o'clock spot, or were they the 1:30 spot?
Yeah, 2. I'm 2.
Oh, excellent. Before or after?
After, he's already there.
Yep, right now. Monte Cook has the No Thank You Evil RPG.
Right, so he'll be right after Blue Orange.
Kid friendly. And here's game.
Okay. So, I'm sorry. Were you meaning that we were going to have him before, or? Okay.
Oh, Blue Orange is that too.
Okay.
It's 2.
Good. Okay.
Blue Orange.
Oh, that is a game that I love, but yet hate.
So I'm not gonna take those out. I'm not gonna take that out. I'm not gonna take this out.
We don't need to do all as many as you want. Just more stuff to look at.
Yeah.
Two is good too, especially if we're gonna go boom, boom, boom.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. This works for me.
Yeah, just get them in the order you want.
I'll run this order.
Is your mic's little is your mic light turned on?
My pocket here. Great question. It's not.
Aha!
Ha ha!
Well, let me check mine too. Right.
Do I need to worry about levels or anything?
Nope, we should be good. All right.
You clap for me there just to make sure both mics are good. Yes, okay. That was recording.
All right.
This is recording.
Okay.
Whenever you guys are ready.
Okay, I'm going to do a clap again to get the audio synced. All right. Hi, and welcome back to the Dice Towers coverage of the 2016 GAMA Trade Show. Looking at what games are coming up this year. Right now, we're here with Brandon from Blue Orange Games, who has a nice big stack that we're going to go through of things that we're looking forward to. So let's start.
Big juicy stack over here. So the first game is The Boss, and The Boss actually came out a few years ago in Europe. It's a Black Rock game over there, and we've been working with them. They're friends of ours. This is the third one we brought over. They're in the series of small box games here. This one is all about mob bosses. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to run the most profitable jobs without getting your goons killed or arrested or injured. What I like about it...
Let me help you with that.
Oh, please. What I like about it is it's got a really interesting bluffing deduction mechanic where you have a series of cards that are known. So each location has a different set of cards. One of those is placed face down. The others are distributed to the players in their hands. So if you were able to look at everybody's card, you could figure out what that face down card was, but you don't know it at the start of the game. How it plays out is each turn you're going to reveal a card, and through that revealing of cards, you're going to slowly figure out which jobs are actually profitable and which jobs are going to end up killing off your guys.
So each player starts with a little bit of the information, and over time, they contribute until everyone knows.
Exactly. And all the players know which colors you have in your hand, which match the different cities. So there's a little bit of bluffing involved where you can, if you have a bunch of one color, you could then signal to the other players that you have some information about this color and try to throw them off by either betting for that job or not betting for that job, you know?
So the players are actually like bidding tokens for each one to try and get the most lucrative cities?
Exactly. So it's played over a series of rounds, and each turn you're going to reveal a card, that's mandatory, and then you have an option of placing your gangsters or cubes onto the different locations. At the end of the round, whoever has the most cubes there scores that face down card. Mostly they're good, sometimes they're very bad.
Very, very bad.
Very, very bad.
You can like have people killed and sent to the hospital and stuff. And...
Yeah, which is you lose a cube is what it means. But yeah.
Excellent.
That's number one, The Boss.
What's the production timeline on this one?
So this one is coming out at Origins.
Oh, okay.
We got two games that are syncing up with conventions this year. This one's coming out at Origins, and then my last one comes out at Gen Con.
Excellent.
So everything else is basically in stores now. Gigamons is a really cute memory matching game from France. I think Tom actually just recently did a review for it. We're bringing it over, and it's just your classic memory matching game where when you match, we got a grid of 9 face-down tokens, and when you match 2, you score them. Classic memory game. However, what added to this game is each type of thing, each element as they're called, also has a special power that will, when you match them, trigger some benefit for you, like play again, or look at face down cards, or burn cards that your opponents have already matched. The goal is to get 3 of a matching element in front of you. When you do that, you summon the Gigamon, these really cool standout cardboard monsters here. And when you have 3 Gigamons in front of you, you win the game.
Oh, excellent. So, simple matching, but then when the match is achieved, you get a special reward or event that happens.
Yeah, so it's basically, the way I think of it, it's like next level Pengaloo. Pengaloo is one of our most popular games, just to roll the dice, match something. Once your kids moved a little bit older, like 6 or 7, this is what they go to next. Just a little step more.
Excellent. So that's kind of how it fits in together.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. And that was Gigamon?
Gigamon, and this is basically in stores now, shipping now.
All right. What's next?
Next is Kaboom, and actually I'm going to bring out 2 at a time now because these are both Roberto Fraga games.
Aha.
Roberto Fraga, who won Spinderella, the Kinderspiel des Jahres last year for Spinderella, and who published designed our shrimp cocktail game, if anybody remembers that from a few years ago. So Kaboom is really cute. It is, you're just building up towers. You have a bunch of different simple geometric shapes over here, and on the cards you can see how to build up the towers. Now, one player takes a turn as a master builder, and what they're doing is they're trying to build as many towers as they can, scoring the points printed on the cards there. So the cards show you what to build, and they show you how many points. Now you're limited by the number of pieces you have, and you're limited by a 30-second timer. You only get 30 seconds to build as much as you can. Meanwhile, and this is a big twist of the game, while you're building, everybody else has these catapults in front of them, and they're launching their wooden dice to try to knock down your towers.
So the towers are like nice, big, chunky wooden pieces?
Yeah. Yeah, just basically building blocks that you build up into towers, and then the other people are just whacking and trying to knock them down. Plays real quick. Each player's turn is only 30 seconds, and you can play just one round or 2 or 3. Whoever has the most towers standing at the end of the round who haven't been knocked down, the player takes the score card below, the tower card below them, scores it as points, and the player with the most points at the end.
So it sounds too, what's nice is that not just the active player, but everybody's interacting all
Yes.
the time.
Yes, exactly.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Dr. Eureka. This one is brand new. Our Europe division released at Essen last year, and it just hit stores last week in the U.S.
Oh, cool.
This one is the one I'm most excited about this year. It is a super cute speed dexterity game that's actually based on, or not inspired, but sort of a play on the classic logic problem of the Towers of Hanoi, where you got to move things from one side to the other without limited in how you do so. So what you're trying to do with this is you have these series of test tubes, and each test tube has 2 balls of a color to begin.
Okay.
Then what we do is we flip up a challenge card. Each player has a set of these in front of them. We flip up a challenge card, and we all simultaneously race to try to make our tubes match the tubes in the card. And the way we do that is by pouring back and forth until they match the picture shown. This is not actually matching, but when you do that, first player to do so puts them down on the table in the order shown and calls out Eureka.
Wow. So it has kind of this spatial movement element to it, with getting the balls in the right place.
Yeah, it hits on a lot of different things. It hits on speed, it hits on visual perception, it hits on logic deduction, sort of how you're actually going to solve this. But it's also really quick, and people get it right away. I also really love the sound it makes. It's just like a pleasing.
Oh yeah, it adds a whole other layer to
Yeah.
the presentation. How many players does this play?
Well, it's 2 to 4 in the box, but this is one of those games where if you get 2, you double it. There's no reason you can't add more.
Exactly. Yeah. And how many puzzles are in there?
I think it's 54. It's 55, 54.
Still a nice big stack to work.
Yes, and if for some reason you get tired of the original way of playing, there's actually 2 more ways of playing. The advanced mode, where you've got to keep everything in your hands. You can't put the tubes down on the table. So there you're going to be spilling a lot more. Oh, I think I forgot to mention that. If you ever have a ball fall out of a tube, you're out of the round.
Oh, okay.
So that's another big thing. You gotta quickly do it and dexterously do it. Use much dexterity when
There
you
you
do
go.
so.
I'm going to go with that one.
Yeah. And then the final way is the puzzle mode, where instead of racing to pour, you're racing to figure out the fewest moves possible. So it's call out how many moves you can do it in. So you flip up a card, how many moves. That's very challenging.
Oh yeah, I think so.
And it gets rid of a little bit of the speed fun of the original way of playing, but it is another challenge.
A completely different variation on it. Completely different feel.
Yeah, exactly.
Excellent. Okay, so that's Dr. Eureka.
Dr. Eureka. All right. The next 2 I'm going to bring out are another set from the same inventor. These are from our creative founder, Terry Desnoyers, who created Pengaloo, I mentioned before, and Goblet, and many of the other games that we're very known for. So these 2 play very differently. The first one is actually most similar to Dr. Eureka. It's a speed game where we're all simultaneously racing to solve a challenge card. In this, what the challenge is how to stack your objects. So each player has a set of these. Okay. Let me see if it's... Yeah, so each player has a set of a hat, a cup, a cylinder, a coin, and a rabbit. And they all stack into the hat itself.
Okay.
Then, when you flip up a card, what you're going to do is you're going to race to stack the objects based on how they are depicted. So anything that's presented in its actual color, so the orange cylinder, the green coin, black hat, must be visible in the stack. So you gotta stack them up so that you can see all 3 of them.
Okay.
Anything in gray must be hidden somewhere inside of the stack. So then I would be hiding this rabbit in this orange cylinder. Again, this one has an advanced rule. If you want to play with the yellow stars indicate that the object must be empty. So if I was playing with the yellow stars, I would not be able to put the rabbit in the hat because the stars. Exactly. That's all there is to this one. It's another quick, simple, stacky game.
Excellent. I love the pieces in this one.
We focus on pieces. Components are a priority for us. So I'm happy you think so. All right, next in line is actually co-designed with Charles Chevalier, who we've worked with a few times in the past and who designed my last game I got up here. Bricks is another thing that we're very well known for. It's just a twist on the classic game of Connect 4 tic-tac-toe. You just want to get 4 in a row. The twist that we added here is whenever you add a piece to the wall, just like Connect 4, you got a grid that you're adding to in front of you. Whenever you add a piece, you're also going to be adding one for your opponent. So you can play blue versus orange, you can play X's versus O's, but no matter what you play, whenever you add a piece, you will also be helping your opponent. And whoever gets 4 in a row first wins.
I love the games where you have to think about something that simultaneously benefits yourself and your opponent.
Yes, yeah, it's got a similar vibe to another one of our games, Nia, that came out 2 years ago, where every time you move, you move for your opponent too. All right, that's Bricks.
Okay.
So last up is our Gen Con release, and this is still a prototype, mock-up box here, and this one is Vikings on Board. This one is the next one in our big box family strategy game series. 1901. This is basically the follow-up to 1901.
Excellent.
We're going to be trying to do, not trying, we're going to be doing one big box game each year, just like this. This is our second one. Really excited about it. This one is a worker placement game with a Viking theme, where what you're going to be doing is you're going to be having these ships out in sea. Let's see, I got a picture on the back here. Yeah, so you got all these ships lined up, and what you're trying to do is place your workers to take specific actions, classic worker placement game. And what you're trying to do there is rearrange your ships to benefit you. So what I mean by that is each ship has a color on it. Each player has a color, and when the ships set sail, the player who has the most of their color on the ship will have first pick of that ship's treasure.
Oh, okay.
And that's the basic idea. Most of the half of the actions are reorganizing your ship, either moving compartments from one ship to the other, or moving them front in the line. That's a tiebreaker thing. Another action is the set sail action, where you actually set your ship off, and that's where you score points. Another action is you can add treasure to the ship to make the ships more valuable. Obviously, you're only going to do that if you think you're going to win that ship, because if you make a ship more valuable that you don't end up winning, you just help your opponent. And then the last little bit in this game is a betting. So you can, not only can you shift the ships around.
Say that very carefully.
I think I did. You can also add treasure to them. You can also bet on which color you think will win that ship. So the two ways of scoring points are from the treasures, having the majority on the ship, taking its treasure. Also, you can score points by betting on which color will win that ship. And if you're right, you will score those points.
Oh, so there's an extra layer. It's not just getting your things in the right position and knowing when to strike. It's also, you have this other layer of the betting to kind of try and get points that way, just in case you know you can't get points from the first way.
Yeah, exactly. Other than that, it's a family game in mind, so kids can play, adults should also enjoy it. And there's a whole bunch of these ships. I think there's like 60 of them. I should know this. 6 times 4 plus 15, no, there's 40.
Okay, 40 of, wow, that's still quite a
Yeah,
few.
so it takes up, just like New York 1901, it takes up a very healthy portion of the table.
Excellent. And you said this was a Gen Con release?
This one's a Gen Con release. The other cool thing that we're doing at Gen Con is we are working with an organization called the Brooklyn Game Lab. I'm not sure if you're familiar with them. They're really cool. They're in Brooklyn. It's basically a summer camp program, well, year-long summer camp program for kids is how I think of it, focusing on game design. So they take games, they critically examine them, and then they'll sometimes take a released game like New York 1901, and they will create an expansion for it. And we are going to be not bringing it to market, but we're going to basically publish it for them and give it away at shows to support them and to support the game, and it's going to be really cool.
That is a really rewarding experience for the people that are involved, all the kids that are
really
involved.
excited about
That
it.
is really cool.
Yeah, so we're working on the art right now. Yeah, it's gonna be really cool.
Is that also Gen Con?
That's Gen Con. That's the
I'm gonna keep an eye out for that. Definitely.
Yes, please do.
Okay. Well, thank you, Brandon, for joining us.
My pleasure.
Yep. And be sure to stay tuned for the Dice Tower for more coverage from GAMA 2016.
All right, guys.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Cool.
Excellent.
Bring you over some audience questions too. Okay, while Brandon's coming over here, I think I'm going to do a mic switch. Switch out our microphones. Just kind of line up our shot again. And let's do a quick mic switch. So you guys won't hear us for a few seconds here.
I think it's that bottom number there.
You want to do both?
Is it below? Is it below an hour?
We have Brandon here. Can just give us a little check,
Yeah,
make sure that
that
you
needs
could
to be changed out at
hear
least. I
our
don't know about the other
mics.
one.
These are the old batteries. Let's just toss them. Can you hear our mics? Can you hear our mics? Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Back up to the top here. This is where it started. All right, so first one, Sujimoto here says, where can I get the promos for 1901 that adds more variety to the game?
So I think you're probably talking about the promo we did last year at Gen Con. And that will be, there's a whole bunch of ways. We're not pushing it to stores. So you're basically going to have to get it from a promotion. I mean, if you backed the Dice Tower Kickstarter, that was a way to do it. That was a very good way to do it.
Yes, it was.
We'll have it at Gen Con again. I think we'll have it at Board Game Geek Con. We don't really have a specific plan for it. It just pops up basically when people ask for it. So I know it's going to be back on the Geek Store later this year. Yeah, that's the best I can say about that.
People are asking a lot about it. They're asking about 3D. Have you ever going to do a deluxe version of 3D pieces or an expansion?
So yes, what we're doing is we are going to be focusing on several smaller promotions. We got the Brooklyn Game Lives thing coming up. We're thinking about some new maps, thinking about adding some more rules, and then eventually we're going to push it all into a deluxe thing. And yes, the 3D buildings, we're very aware of that, and if we can make it happen, we're going to make it happen. It's not going to be this year. Probably is not going to be next year, but it's going to probably be 2017, 2018. Unofficial. But
Unofficial, but you did hear here on the Dice Tower live stream, so it's official now.
Working on it.
So, will you plan on having an app or something like that to expand the puzzles on the Dr. Eureka?
The app thing. So, my personal opinions on apps and board games is they should not mix. You can go play video games if you want to play video games, or if you want to relate in the real world with the people at your table, I recommend board games. Yeah, we talk about it. I am certainly not in support of any app support. So if I get my way, it's not happening. I understand some people are into it, and we're definitely talking about that one too. But no.
Dr. Eureka is such a physical game. I mean, I've played it with Tom and Z, and it's such a physical game. I can't see how an app would work because
yeah.
Then you're just doing puzzles on a computer. You're not the pouring and having going oop oop oop. I dropped it over. I'm out of the round. Is
I think they might be thinking more about just. Well, I don't know.
So what we are doing is we want to. So the two I don't know what to call them, big plans. One is to release a big box family strategy game each year, and the other one is to expand the Dr. Eureka universe is the wrong word, but series.
Yeah.
So we've already got several other Roberto Fraga games in that same feel. So we will continue to support it, and we love promos, so we'll probably be doing some sort of promo with it. But it will not be an app.
All right. Kabuki Kid wants to know what board game got you into the hobby.
Oh, wow. I mean, really into it, Magic the Gathering. Before Magic, it was Stratego. Before Stratego, it was probably Mancala or Connect 4. But like hobby, it would be Magic.
Magic.
That was
okay.
3rd grade.
Does Vikings feel like you are a Viking or just builders for the Vikings?
Wow. So the Vikings theme is really big right now, and this is more of a. So this is it's the Charles Chevalier game, and it's very similar to Wakanda, where it's a theme, but it's more just a playful theme. It's not supposed to be an immersive. We're actually Vikings. It's just more about the ships, and they just happen to be Vikings for cuteness.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Pass it over, Dr. Eureka. People are asking about the components. So.
While he's getting that out, the Viking ships, they're kind of like the cardboardy put together ships, right?
Yeah.
Like from the Cold Express type stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was a big inspiration.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a couple of questions about the components for Dr. Eureka.
Yeah.
Okay, dude, they're not maracas, dude. Come on.
No, but they're nice. They're plastic, but they're very nice plastic.
Yeah, they're made out of plastic. The marbles are made out of plastic.
Thick as well. You can see the thickness sort of. If you look at my finger versus it.
I'm personally very happy with this. Is like I said, my favorite game this year. I think the components turned out so good.
Yes.
I love the sound and the feel and all
This is
of
a
it.
good question. Daniel Holding says, would you consider making packs for Dr. Eureka where you can just buy tubes and plastic balls without the repeat of challenge cards and such?
Oh, you mean just to increase player count?
Right.
That's a great idea. I'll bring it up. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't. I mean, we wouldn't push it to stores, but if you conventions and stuff, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. The other thing we got is a giant version of the game. The components are not as good though. I prefer the basic version, but we got a giant version of it. And right now, the only plan is to support retailers with it to give them an in-store demo. But it's cheap enough that we could make it available.
Even if you made it available for like Dice Tower Con, maybe?
Sure.
We'd love to get a giant set of this for Dice Tower Con. Would that be cool?
Oh yeah, we'll definitely be a giant set of this at Dice Tower Con.
Okay, and last question. Is there an expansion for Dr. Eureka in the works?
Like a full so we have the collection. We're down to 3 ideas from Fraga. They play very similarly, but they are new play patterns. So, yes?
Yes, kind of. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. And we will be moving on to, can't read that.
Monte Cook.
Monte Cook next. So,
thank you, people.
Yes. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Huge differences graphically, and I mean most of the same stuff is happening, but there's an extra kind of like 1 or 2 extra features that go into each one.
That'll be a neat aspect.
I think that's actually one of the kind of cool talking points about this is that it really is a family. It's real easy to say this is a kid's game, but actually it's not. It's a family game.
There is definitely a distinction there.
Yeah.
And look at the nice dice.
Yeah, nice dice. We can take one of these. Oh, show off some of these cards too, because there's actually about 4 or 5 different decks stacked in here.
Okay.
3 or 4.
And is this? So this isn't just a storytelling game either. This is an actual RPG.
It's a true RPG.
True. Okay, that's gonna be a really good point to talk about. And so you have the characters, and is this the adventures to go on?
So this is an adventure book. The adventures tend to be really simple, so you can run them in 30 to 60 minutes.
Okay.
So it's really easy to make up your own adventures. But it has 3 or 4 adventures in there, and then this is the rule book, which has, I mean, it's a whole book, so it's
It's got all the character generation and everything else, but it's also got like creatures and all the character types and all of the things you might encounter. So it's like what you would get if you bought all 3 of the D&D books.
Yeah.
But obviously, let's get the box top too.
All right. This. Can we see this? Okay.
On my, yeah.
Okay. And does your mic have a little green light on top?
It has a little green light.
All right. Mine didn't, so you won.
All right, gents, whenever you're ready.
All right, I'm going to do a clap for the audio sync. All right. Here we go. Hi, and welcome back to the Dice Tower's coverage of the GAMA 2016 Trade Show. And this time I have something really unique and interesting. I'm here with Charles Ryan of Monte Games, who has No Thank You Evil, which is an RPG game specifically designed for the entire family.
That is correct, yep.
Tell me how this works.
So this is it is an RPG. It actually doesn't say RPG anywhere on the box. We didn't want to scare the muggles, but it is a true RPG. And the way it works, or the thing that makes it stand out as a family game, is that it is based on, it has different tiers of difficulty in terms of the characters, different tiers of complexity to the characters. Okay. So if any of your fans are used to our game, Cypher System and Numenera, you know that you build a character by saying, I'm a blank blank who blanks. I'm a clever Jack who bears a halo of ice, or whatever you like. What we do is we work with those in sort of 3 levels. So your youngest kid, a 4 or 5-year-old, can play a character that's just defined by one trait. I'm a princess, I'm a spy, I'm a robot. The second level up from that in complexity, which maybe your 6 or 7-year-old wants to play, is I am a clever spy, or I am a super smart robot, or whatever. They add that extra level to it. Mm-hmm. And then the third level adds that that focus on the end. I'm a super smart astronaut who loves pizza. And so each one of those layers on a little bit more complexity, but they all work together in the same game. So you can have your 5-year-old and your 8-year-old and the parents sitting around a table, and each one is playing a character that they will enjoy playing. The 5-year-old will not get frustrated, as little kids tend to do when games are a little bit above their head. The older kids will feel like they're doing something that's a little bit more sophisticated. And they can all play together, the characters all work together, and makes the game work that way. So we call it a game of make-believe for creative kids and their families, and the idea really is to bring the whole family in and not base it around a single age range. And for us gamer parents, and I'm 50 and I have 2 kids, and there's lots of gamer parents out there. We have a lot of options in the board game space. There's lots of good games for kids, even if you're talking about getting beyond Chutes and Ladders to sort of what you would call gamer games. Mm-hmm. But there's not much in the RPG space that addresses children at all. Oh, that's true. Let alone that addresses the ability to bring in the whole family at different ages.
Definitely, and I think that's a very important distinction to make. This is not a storytelling game. This is an actual role-playing game.
Correct.
For everyone.
Yes, it has all the components that you would expect from a role-playing game, and you can build your own characters, and you can advance those characters, and you can do cool things with them, and you roll the dice to solve tasks and whatnot. It is an RPG, but it is one where the rules are going to be accessible to everybody, and everybody's going to have a good time.
And just like an RPG has scenarios, basically, is this the scenario book that it comes with?
That's correct, yeah. We've got a rule book here, and we have an adventure book that's got 3 or 4 adventures in it. It's very easy to make adventures. They're designed to run 30 to 60 minutes, but of course, as with any RPG, it can be as open-ended as you care to be. Make it as sophisticated as you want. We've done a lot to make it really playable for everybody. Adults have their abilities, their defense mechanisms, their abilities to deal with things that might be an obstacle to playing and enjoying a game. Kids don't always have that. So, for example, all of our components are made for to be colorblind compatible. We specifically did very low burr punches, so if you've got a kid who's got, on the autism scale, burrs and things tend to bother them. Pieces are designed not to do that, so we've thought about all the things that can be an obstacle for children playing games. Kids that are not fast readers, everything can be done without having to do a lot of reading or without a lot of math. We represent all the stats with counters. I've punched one of the sheets of counters. We've got the counters that go with all of the stats. If you're building your character, you can do something really easily, but you can literally just put that card on there.
If you're using some of the slightly more advanced set of stuff and you're adding some other components, you'll have to do a little bit of writing, but you can put your,
Now, are these cards like adding attributes and such to the character?
This actually pretty much defines the character.
Okay.
So if you want to do play an astronaut, this is all the stats you would have for that astronaut. And then of course, like I say, if you're playing the more sophisticated sort of level of character, you might add a few extra things on to that as well.
So is the purpose of the cards to allow the option there of either create it yourself or having a template that they can do?
Very much so, yeah.
Oh, excellent. So they have that choice depending on kind of their level of where they're at, their level of comfort with this type of game.
Exactly, exactly. And so the game features, every character has a companion. So here's a tiny T-Rex is one type of companion, so you can put your companion on there as well. Companions have what we call ciphers, where every companion has a power that they can use one time, and then it might be replenished to a new power some other time, and it's sort of a secret power. Oh. We have put somewhere in here.
So there's more going on with this game than just character sheets.
Indeed, yep. So our creatures that you might face in anything that reading, math, anything that might cause a kid to opt out of this game is there, but of course it also has all those components in them, right? So it's not simplified to the point where nobody has to do anything.
Yeah, just breaking down as many barriers to accessibility
Precisely, yep.
One other thing I wanted to ask you about was these dice. These are really nice, big, chunky dice, and I noticed they have, they look like they're 1 through 6, but the 6 is a /evil.
Yep.
Tell me what that's about.
Okay, well the game runs off of a D6, so that's how you're going to deal with any sort of conflict resolution or task resolution. On a 6 is basically considered a better than it's a perfect result, and so it's got the little no thank you evil symbol on there. So if you roll that, you get more than you were expecting. If you're trying to figure out how to open this locked door and you roll a 6, then you've not only unlocked that door, but you've tripped a little mechanism that unlocks doors throughout the complex, and then you can move forward.
Excellent. So you can actually very easily roll that crit and get it.
It is basically a crit. And the way task resolution works is that the guide simply chooses a difficulty level between 1 and 8.
Okay.
So 8 is obviously 7 and 8. You can't roll on a d6, but that's what you're going to roll. But what you can do is you'll have a little stack of tokens here. So for example, this character would start with 2 tough, and the guide would say, well, that's a tough task. Do you want to try harder? And the player says, I'm going to try harder, and they spend one of their tough points.
Do they actually discard the token?
They actually discard that token, right.
So they don't have to sit there erasing and canceling, and that's very nice and usable. Excellent.
And so that will take that task difficulty. So if I've decided that task difficulty is 6, the kid says they want to try harder, it becomes a 5. We have a 4th stat. We have tough, fast, and smart. Our 4th stat is awesome. And awesome is the stat you use to help your friends.
Oh, cool.
So somebody else at the table says, well, I'm going to be awesome, and basically spend one of my awesome points.
Well, that's really neat too, for encouraging that sort of collaboration around the table.
Right, exactly.
Excellent.
Exactly.
Excellent. Cool.
So
what's the production timeline for No Thank You?
No Thank You Evil has a street date of the 30th of March. So
wow.
it will. It's 2 weeks from today, as a matter of fact, as we're recording this. So,
So very, very soon.
Stores are getting it in, and the stores that back the Kickstarter, some of those have product in already. So there's about 20 or so stores around the country that actually have it in already.
Excellent. Okay, so that's No Thank You Evil. Was there anything else from Monte Cook Games that you wanted to touch on briefly?
We have we do role-playing games, so most of our stuff is not boxed. It's books as RPGs tend to be. We have a Kickstarter going on right now to support the Cypher system with a bunch of Cypher system source books that are very, very cool. These are games for the big kids. Although, to be honest, the reason we did this game is that parents were telling us they were playing our grown-up game, playing Numenera and The Strange with their kids because it was a very accessible game system they could get to. So this is obviously a simplified version of that. But yes, our big kid games, Numenera is having a great year. There's a Torment coming out this year, which is a very highly anticipated computer game, so that's going to grow that brand quite a bit. As well as just announced a book deal, so Numenera novels will be in Barnes & Noble and Books A Million and on the Kindle and everywhere. And lots of exciting stuff going on for that brand, and the Kickstarter going on right now for the Cypher system.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you for joining us, Charles.
Thanks for having me.
Yes.
Great.
And for everyone else out there, thanks for watching, and be sure to stay tuned for more coverage of GAMA 2016 to see what's coming out later this year. Thanks. That was really cool.
Cool. Thanks.
I have a daughter who just turned 9, and she's at that age where everything is, oh, let's make this up, and let's turn this other.
And here we are. We're going to do a quick turnaround here because we're running behind schedule. So we're not going to take as many audience questions right now, but we'll take like one. So get one question in quickly. The first question we see is the one we're taking because we have to catch up because Gamelyn's about to go up right now. So give us one quick question if you can.
See, I'm much older than both of you, so that's like retro flair for you. But for me, that's like, thank you guys. That's me. Yeah, go home, child. Go home, child. So, are you gonna be the one who's going on? Yeah, they're ready for you. Okay, cool. Who's that? Charles is gonna sit down over there, and then.
We're seeing if we get a question. As Gamelyn sets up, we'll see if we get one question in. But we can't take too many because we're gonna then go back, throw it back because we're behind schedule at this point, and we have a lot more things to show you.
Talking about.
Come on, give us questions, or we're just going right to Gamelyn, but we want some questions here.
Yeah, really. Come on, guys. Yeah, it's the age range.
Age range.
Age range. So it's a family game, and it's really designed for the whole family. Starts at about 4 or 5, depends on the kid, obviously. But as I was saying there, kids that are too young to be doing the reading, too young to be doing the math, all of that can be handled by other components in the game. So 4 or 5 is where you start out. Is your 13-year-old going to love this game? Maybe in the guide role, but really designed for the whole family.
Okay.
And price point. Do you have a price point?
$40.
$40. And is there a dungeon master for it, or does the game run itself?
It runs with a guide, which is usually an adult, but it could be an older kid. As I was just saying up there, my daughter Olivia is 11, or was 11 last summer. She was demoing it at Gen Con.
Okay. Let's see. This keeps jumping around on me. I'm not seeing anything else. Make it fit. Let's see.
Oh, yeah. RPG for family audience is a big task. How long was this in the works?
This was in the works for about 2 years. I would say the real serious work on it was 12 to 18 months. Yep. And it is a big task because you need to make rules that come down to the level that a 4 or 5-year-old can grasp and not become frustrated. If you have kids, if you have little kids, they get frustrated when they can't handle the rules. But then you need to layer on stuff that makes it playable for everybody else in the family.
And last question is, when's it available?
Its street date is March 30th, so
Very
retailers
soon.
are taking their orders right now, hopefully, and there are a few stores that back the Kickstarter that actually, about 20 of them around the country that have it now.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for coming on, and
thanks for having me.
We're going to flip it back over to Gamelyn and show off their tiny epic something or other.
It's never ending.
And I can really go hard journalism on it and be like, so these BS, how do you think it's done? And then Kim's back to front, so yeah, this one. Scary.
Sorry.
A little scary there.
No, sorry.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
No, he's not.
Don't let him
I
convince
don't care
you
if you
he's
set
sorry
them
for
up.
anything.
I'm taking them. Oh, yikes, Michael! Is this like final production sample?
So,
What are we doing on this?
that is yes. But we are a little bit frustrated with
Okay,
some
let's
of the
mic you guys.
spotting of some of this. So we're still
Oh,
we're still holding them
I didn't even
to
notice
the
that.
fire to this.
I think they look amazing.
Yeah, but I'm
This is
picky.
old.
I'm as picky
This
as
is
can
awkward.
be.
Excuse me.
Hey, take your time. I will look the other way. Good.
Put that on for me, please.
But yeah, they actually dropped those off to us yesterday. So those is
Getting closer.
they get, but
Just put that in the pocket for me if you would.
That's just not gonna work for me.
You can clip it on actually. There's a clip on the back of it. There you go. There you go.
so,
All right, guys.
Okay, so after we get set up, then somebody explained the overhead, the front camera, and you see you've got your well framed there.
yeah.
It probably not, unless, nope, it's not. Would you like me to turn it on?
Eventually.
Now it is on. Do you see things doing things like it's on?
I need both of you to shift this way.
Okay. I just destroyed your display because I was going to take a photo.
Oh, that's
but
okay.
There we go.
Just gonna put out just a couple more bits and we'll be ready to rock and roll.
Actually, let me put it slightly off center so I can get better shots of all this stuff.
I'm going to just let you say whatever you want.
Sure.
I think I'm just here to like introduce you. Because you know you're just like, oh my god, these bits look so good.
Isn't that great?
They look so good. I want these bits. They look so good.
All right.
It's inappropriate to live tweet my live stream, right?
That's,
Is that too meta?
it's too much.
Too much, too much. Okay.
All right, guys, whenever you're ready.
Ready? Okay,
forget
so I'm going to clap to help set the live sound. So
Okay.
don't be scared, right? Welcome back, everybody, to our GAMA 2016 coverage here in Las Vegas. Sitting with me right now is Michael Coe from Gamelyn Games. Welcome, Michael.
Hey, thank you very much.
And what have you brought to show us today?
All right, so I'm showing off Tiny Epic Western. It just wrapped up on Kickstarter. We're getting the files into production pretty much as we speak. I literally was just emailing back and forth with the manufacturer. So it's coming along. We're really excited about it. And I'd love to tell you a little bit about it. So Tiny Epic Western is a 1 to 4 player game. It's the newest installment in our series of small box games, Tiny Epic. Plays 30 to 45 minutes. And it kind of takes worker placement and introduces it and meets it with poker. So it's kind of a nice twist. It's very different from our previous Tiny Epic games. It's the first time we've really explored kind of traditional worker placement in this series. However, in Tiny Epic Western, there's no full worker placement exclusion. There will be duels, and so if you want a spot that somebody has gone to, then you guys are going to have to fight it out. And we got some awesome bullet dice, and I rolled horrible.
And I did too, but I still beat you, right?
But I have options because it's not it's not just based on a die roll.
Okay.
That would be too bad, and I would be very frustrated with myself if I put a game out that did that. But nonetheless, in this game, you're taking on the role of a big boomtown tycoon, and you're coming into town with a posse, and you're going to take it over by acquiring property, building up a little bit of a business for yourself. The buildings that you acquire, you'll kind of see here in the inside spokes of what we call the wagon wheel.
Very thematic.
Yes, right? And so these are the different locations in town. You'll be sending your posse out. You can kind of see I've got some already set up. At these different locations, they'll be playing 3-card poker. And so as the player, you'll have a poker card, and those are building cards. So
that's meaningless.
I'll give you 2 off of here, but see, you get this in the first round, and then you figure out which one you want, and then you discard the other one, and based on what you keep, you're going to be playing poker at every location you've placed somebody.
Gotcha.
And you're going to be using the 2 cards that shoulder that location, plus the one in your hand to create your 3 cards. So if I were green, since I'm kind of sitting in front of this green spot, then I would need to be playing poker up here at the saloon, since that's where I've got a posse token. So I would show that here I have a 2, a 3, and my 4 to create a straight. Now, if you were here as well, let's say you're yellow, and we were both competing at this location, I beat your hand out because you don't have, you've got a high card.
Yeah.
So, you know, exactly. So that's kind of how it works. That's how you resolve each of the workers that you've placed.
Cool.
It plays over 6 rounds. The first phase, you're kind of shuffling and dealing out the cards. They will change each round, so you kind of have new information. It stays real fresh that way.
Okay.
Second round, you go through, you place all your people, and that's going to, you're choosing what building you want to buy by going to that location with the combination of how it combines with your card and hand at that particular spot, and maybe influence that you're going to gain. In this game, influence is your resources, and so you'll have those tracked down here at the bottom of your card. You'll be spending and gaining 3 different types of influence to acquire these buildings. They are worth victory points, but more importantly, or at least just as important, they offer certain shares in 1 of 3 industries or 2 of 3 industries, or sometimes they just give you a whole bunch in one industry. You'll see the different industries represented up here by these tokens. So at the end of every round, one of these advances. At the end of 6 rounds, they'll all be ranked, and that's going to be based on players, because if you win the town hall with your poker card, your poker hand, you'll be choosing the one that advances. So you'll notice you've got some buildings that are kind of coming out from your location. If this were your setup and these buildings belong to you, it would be in your clear advantage to be advancing the railroad industry, because you have the majority share versus me. I have no railroad industries. So, but if it ended up this way, I'd be pretty happy, because I'd be beating you in green, we'd be tied on the orange, and you'd be winning in purple. And first place is going to pay out higher bonus points.
Okay.
So that's kind of what you're doing in this game. You're trying to get victory points from your buildings, playing the industry and different stock shares, and then with the dueling that I mentioned a bit earlier, whoever wins the duel is the wanted player, and that's going to bring you some extra points at the end if you can hold on to it. But that passes around like a hot potato. So.
There you go. Could you tell me about this? This is interesting.
Yeah. So these are our bullet-shaped dice that are unique to Tiny Epic Western. It's a new design that we had made, and it looks fantastic. And they're very thematic, and they roll great. We've put it through all sorts of tests. We put it through a saltwater test to make sure that it's internally balanced. In which it passed with flying colors. We made sure that the opposing sides add to 7, like a traditional D6. Essentially, this is just a traditional D6 in a lot of ways. But we feel like it brings a nice extra bit, an extra punch to the game that really is fun and appealing. And
yeah, they certainly look really, really cool. What is the date? So you kickstarted Tiny Epic Western, right?
That's right.
Okay. So what's the date that you're thinking backers might get the game, and then what's the date that everybody else that missed out can get the game?
So our estimated delivery is September. However, things are moving along pretty nice. And so while I'm not going to say anything official, I think maybe we can get it out to backers a little bit sooner than September. That's what I'm hoping for.
Okay.
But September is what I'll say,
Okay,
is
fair
what you can
enough.
hold me to.
Okay, fair enough.
And then October, we'd like to get it out to retail.
Awesome, great. Is there anything else that you wanted to share with us about Tiny Epic Western today?
About Tiny Epic Western, not specifically. You can always jump on our website and learn more about it on GamelynGames.com. You can check out our other Tiny Epic games, Tiny Epic Galaxies, Tiny Epic Kingdoms, Tiny Epic Defenders. We'd love for you to be introduced to the entire series if you haven't yet. So yeah, no, thank you very much.
Excellent. Well, thanks for stopping by and visiting us today. Thanks everybody for watching and listening to us talk about Gamelyn Games, Tiny Epic Western. We'll see you next time.
All right, cool, thanks.
Good job.
Awesome.
These bits are amazing.
Isn't that fun?
Cool.
I like it a bit.
I'm bringing over a die.
got it.
I'm bringing over 2 dice because people
let
are
me take
asking
that
about
myself.
them. Okay, everybody. We have Nathan here, and we're waiting. But let's have a tiny epic chat right now with our audience.
Will there be a box to hold all the games?
Currently nothing new. It's a tiny epic chat.
Yes, this is a tiny epic chat with tiny epic dice.
All right, come on over, Mike.
What do we got?
Come over and sit on the other side.
Yeah. Answering some questions on the live stream.
Oh, here's a good question. Are these bullet dice going to be in every version, or are they a Kickstarter exclusive? I guess people want to know about the bullet dice.
So the bullet dice will be in every copy of the game. You'll get a red and a yellow in every single copy.
See, they're red and yellow.
The deluxe version on Kickstarter will come with a blue and a green.
Ah.
In addition to the red and yellow.
Okay. Let's see.
Of course, Tiny Epic Cthulhu. Everybody always got to throw in Cthulhu.
Yes. Cthulhu's not tiny though. I don't know if that would work.
Yeah, he's a pretty big dude, from what I've seen.
Are you excited about the House of Borgia?
Oh, absolutely. House of Borgia is a hoot, and it's looking fantastic. Town Strike Studios, I think, did a bang-up job. It finished up over 150% funded, so they're going to nail that one out of the park. The manufacturer is highly reputable. They're going to be working with Panda on that one, and so the dice are going to be gorgeous. The cardstock's going to be just what people want, and the gameplay it's a Scott Alms game. It's really, really great.
I mean, I'm a Liar Dice fan. I've heard it like blows Liar Dice out of the water. So,
will bullet dice be a separate purchase I can make?
So yeah, we do have a pack of bullet-shaped dice. They're not going to be the color scheme of the game. We want to keep that exclusive to Tiny Epic Western, but they will be the exact mold, the exact numbering sequence, the exact build. We'll just use a unique color scheme.
Yeah, and the bullet-shaped dice are actually currently available in the Pledge Manager for Tiny Epic Western. That's actually open right now, and you can go to the website at GamelynGames.com and be able to join in.
Cool. What's next in the Tiny Epic line?
Well, isn't that just the... you said that so subtle. I mean, I was trying to sneak that one in there.
Hey, I mean...
Hey, we definitely have some stuff in the pipeline. We're working hard on it, and we will likely be making an announcement soon, but I think right now...
Tight lips, okay.
Keep it shut.
Tiny Epic Lock and Key.
Tiny Epic expansions for any of the Tiny Epic games?
We do have an expansion.
Yes, Galaxies, yes, Galaxies, what?
Good to see you. Good to see you too.
Tiny Epic Universe?
We have an expansion in the works for Tiny Epic Galaxies. I will give you that much, and that's not really been announced either. So that's pretty. Pretty new information.
You heard it.
We have it in the works.
We have it.
Cool. All right. Kabuki Kid is ringing his bell again. He asked this for everybody. But he says, what was your gateway game to the hobby?
You know, it's interesting. So, the hobby, as in not just like monopolies and risks and that kind of jazz, but the hobby, I would say that the one game that really hooked me was Carcassonne. But I think the first game I played was Stone Age, and the quality of the components, the way that the board was illustrated, and the mechanics just blew my mind. I think Stone Age was technically the first hobby game I played, and then I knew this is a space for me. But then Carcassonne is my first true love.
Cool.
I see something that I'm very interested in as well. Are you thinking about making large Epic Galaxies, like a deluxe version?
You know, we have a very creative team that's got a lot of fun ideas, and so I wouldn't say that that's completely out of the realm of possibility.
Are there any planned licensed games coming? Ideas were like a Green Arrow game made fully Tiny Epic.
It's an interesting idea as well. We have kind of tossed around just in our office some IPs that we would enjoy working with if we were ever given the opportunity. But there's nothing in the works in that direction quite yet.
Okay. Did you originally decide on the Tiny Epic idea while dealing with a lack of table space?
You know, for me, it's almost like Tiny Epic was there with Gamelyn Games before the name even was there. I mean, you look at Dungeon Heroes, and it's a real small, compact thing. And you know, I designed that intentionally to be small and compact, but provide a full game experience. When Scott Alms submitted to me what became Tiny Epic Kingdoms, it became very clear that he had a particular knack and talent for taking a large box concept and bringing it into a streamlined, approachable package. And so I kind of stepped away from the design table at that point and said, Scott, you really have what I'm looking for in a game series and a design talent. I said, how would you feel about moving Tiny Epic Kingdoms more than just being a single game, but taking Tiny Epic kind of out of that and making it a mantra for a whole series of games. And that, I mean, that came about pretty organically when Scott and I saw the success of Tiny Epic Kingdoms on Kickstarter, and now history is showing the rest.
Cool.
Well, let's take one more Tiny Epic question.
Digital version of any Tiny Epic game on the horizon?
So we have some stuff on Tabletop Simulator.
Yeah,
through Steam.
Galaxies is available as DLC downloadable content on Steam right now with Tabletop Simulator, and Kingdoms and Heroes Call will come together as a single package through Tabletop Simulator very soon.
But in terms of a fully automated engine like an iOS game, we definitely want to do that. We definitely want to port all of our Tiny Epic games over to iOS and Android if able. So that's something that we kind of had Tiny Epic Kingdoms in the works with another company, and for whatever reason we've not been able to bring that to realization quite yet. So we're going to be kind of going a different path. So we're kind of starting a little bit over, but we definitely want to get there.
Well, thank you so much for coming and doing, as we said, this Tiny Epic chat.
Yes.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot.
Absolutely. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Thank you.
And now I'm going to bring you over to the other side where you're going to see KOSMOS and all of their KOSMOS USA stuff that's coming here. Yes.
Perfect. Okay. You can see it's about center third of the table. If we're going to show anything as far as box covers to that particular camera. I'll do a quick clap once he's ready to go for audio syncing, and then we'll go. Z, we're ready if you are.
I am.
All right. Welcome back to our coverage of the GAMA Trade Show 2016. I'm Eric Summerer here with Kim from KOSMOS, and we have a number of boxes to show off. Let's go in order as far as the most, the closest release. What do you want to talk about
So
first?
we have two-player card games that are available right now. They just came into stock a couple weeks ago.
And these are both classic titles from the classic two-player line.
They are, yeah. And so when we launched into board games last year, everybody kept asking us when we were going to come out with more two-player games.
Yes.
And so we get many, many requests all year. And fortunately, the two most requested ones were available for us to introduce to the U.S. So,
excellent. So we've got Tally
Tally
Ho.
Ho and the Rose King, which is also known as Rosenkönig in Europe. So Tally Ho is a tile game where one player is hunters, represents human hunters, lumberjacks, and actual hunters. And then the other player is animal hunters, so there's bears and foxes. And so you take turns flipping over tiles, and once you start flipping over and start seeing where the different characters are placed, you can either move your tiles into empty spaces to get into a better position, or you can overtake the prey. So there are ducks and pheasants hiding out.
Right, and the hunters are facing certain directions, and there's rules about who defeats who in what situation.
You can only move certain directions or certain numbers of spaces. It's a little bit like chess in that way, where you kind of have to think ahead.
Yeah.
Kind of plan where your open spaces are, and where you can and can't move. So sometimes you get blocked in by trees. Other times, you might run out of moves. So it's a really fun game. It's about a 30-minute playtime, and it's for ages 8+. But it's one of those games that can scale up or down very, very easily.
Speaking of where you can and cannot move, the Rose King, also, movement is dictated by these movement cards.
It is. So there's a little bit of strategy, a little bit of luck involved with this. So these different cards will tell you how many spaces you can move and in what direction. And each player has these power cards, which allow you to overtake your player and kind of flip it over from their color to your color, or vice versa. So yeah, it's definitely it's a little bit of strategy, but depending on what cards you've got in your hand, like you said, it depends on where you can and can't move.
Right, and you can see what the other player has in front of them, so you know what their ability is when you set them up for something. What changes have been made from the classic versions of these games to bringing them to a new edition?
They're very, very similar, and the gameplay is almost exactly the same. What we do when we kind of reinvent or reintroduce these is retranslate everything. So we take the original German instructions and then just do our translation of it,
Right.
our interpretation of it. So as far as the gameplay goes, there's no major changes. It's just the way that we interpret how to explain.
Right. Okay. Artistic upgrades, anything like that?
Not so much with the Rose King. Tally Ho has a little tweaks here and there, but essentially, it's very similar. You might see the two side by side, and at first glance would not recognize it as a completely different game.
Yeah. So next up, for fans of the Legends of Andor, you have a nice large box.
Yes, we do.
For
And
them.
so we've only been here for a couple hours on this first day here, and we've seen many people walk by and squeal with delight. They're just beside themselves. So this is a full board expansion for Legends of Andor. It's got two-sided, beautiful art, and a lot of the same components that and makes Andor such a strong game. In this series, you're picking up from the base game, and you're going to help a distant land that's in trouble. So all of the journeys and the challenges are sea-based. So you get on a ship, you got to stock your ship. Along the way, you come across different islands, and you need to help those people defend
You've got a
their
picture of the
coastlines.
board here that we can sort of show off. This is all mock-up box essentially, but yeah, there's a lot of water on
A
that.
lot of water, yeah. So you've got sea monsters to deal with, you've got storms, you've got weather, you've got all these different islands you have to help protect. So very narrative driven, and again, a lot of difficult decisions that you and your teammates have to make along the way.
So what else do we have coming up?
Yep, so Imhotep is a multiplayer strategy game, and in this game you play Egyptian architects, and there are different construction sites that you can choose to build on. Each turn you can either quarry for your building blocks, you can place them on ships, or you can dock that ship to a certain construction site. Depending on where you dock it, your blocks will offload in very specific ways, and depending on how they offload and how they build up determines the point value. So for instance, if you're building the pyramid, depending on the placement of the pyramid, it has different point value. If you're building the obelisk, you want to have the tallest one. If you're building in the burial chamber, you want to have the most contiguous blocks of your color. So there's different types of ways that you can earn points. The kicker is that you can set your boat up to dock to a certain point that's going to be very advantageous for you, but your opponents can use their turn to move your boat to a completely different site. So again, a little bit of luck, a little bit of strategy.
Okay. All right, and last but not least.
And last but not least, this is Smugglers. This is a 2 to 4 player family strategy game by Klaus and Benjamin Teuber. They are kind of departing from, we've known classic Catan.
Yeah.
They're starting to co-produce and co-author together, which is really nice. This is one of 3 Klaus and Benjamin Teuber games that we have coming out.
Excellent.
But in this game, you are trying to audition for Potato Charlie's Notorious Gang of Smugglers, and there's certain different tasks that you have to complete along the way.
Okay.
The first round is to smuggle a little gem that represents different types of contraband in a little putty ball and roll it through the gate. So it's got to be small enough to fit through whatever gate you choose. There's different sizes.
So this is a physical dexterity
This is a very
game.
physical game. Yep. And so I know from experience, it's hard to judge how big that hole is.
Oh, wow.
So you got to get it through the hole. That's the first step.
Okay.
If you get it through the hole, then you have to outweigh your opponents, and that's what this scale is. It's going to be small enough to fit through the gate, but large enough to outweigh your opponents. And then there's a guessing component at the end where you have to try to guess what everybody else is trying to smuggle.
Okay.
If you guess right, you earn points. If you guess wrong, they earn points.
Oh, interesting. That's very different.
Yeah.
Very neat. Let's talk release dates. The Rose King and Tally Ho. How far out are those?
Yep, so those are available right now.
Okay.
And they're shipping, right now in stock. Smugglers is coming about mid-June.
Okay.
Andor should be coming July, August.
Okay.
And we'll be releasing Imhotep at Gen Con this year on August 1st.
Excellent. Well, a lot of things to get excited about.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you for watching.
All right, guys.
Woohoo! I bet that everyone's asking questions about this. That's my guess. We'll see.
All
Am
right,
I right?
Kim, we are going to actually let me take that mic off of you
Yep.
first. Thank you. And we are going to just move you over here, see if anybody has a couple of live questions for you online.
Thank you.
If you go around to there. Take questions for Cosmos here. Tim.
There.
We're here, and we have Kim from Cosmos, so let's ask away questions. Did any come in yet?
No, not yet.
Well, I have a question. Kashgar, this triple deck building game, are you planning to bring it to the U.S.?
Not in 2016, but we're always looking for suggestions. We have a huge backlog of titles that people are requesting. So
Suggestion 2017, Kashgar. All we've been hearing about is this is like the ultimate deck builder that you guys do with like 3 different decks, but it's only in Europe.
we'll work on it. We'll do
Okay,
our best.
we have, what about older 2-player series? Any reprints coming from those?
Older 2-player series.
Both of those are.
Yeah, I mean, these are like 8 to 10 and up, but you know, this is all we've got scheduled for 2016.
Okay.
And like I said, we're always looking for suggestions. We always have, can always pull Cosmos' backlog at any time. The license is available, and we'll scoop it up.
All right, how many new quests are in the Andor expansion?
Oh, I believe that there are 4 new
4 new
legends.
quests. Okay. They are asking to see the back of the Andor box. Jason.
So this is just a prototype box,
Okay,
but you
just
can
a
get an idea
prototype.
of what the components look like in the board.
Okay. Cool.
Which this was very successful in Europe, so it's good to have the English version coming here.
They're also asking to see the smuggler's board if that's possible.
We unfortunately don't have the board with us.
All right, still, that's okay, no problem. A lot of Andor's expansions becoming available. Is a big box version a possibility? Where they're all in one.
It's all in one, yeah.
All right, let's see. What's the release date for Imhotep?
August 1st. Gen Con. It'll be available at Gen Con.
Okay.
Those pieces look great in that. I love the little boats going and dropping things
Yeah.
off. I think that's going to be really cool.
This Andor expansion, will that be released in all countries at the same time?
You know, I don't know. I believe that Cosmos and us are doing a somewhat simultaneous release, but I'm not sure about that. I'm sorry.
All right. Let's see. It's an expansion.
Oh,
And-
so
yeah.
one of the questions they were asking about was when they were asking about older 2-player games, they weren't talking about like age range, but they were talking about like obviously Rose King is Rose and Koenig is Rose and Koenig and Cali Ho, but there was a whole line of Cosmos 2-player
Right,
games.
I
And
understand.
which other ones do you foresee bringing over? I know Lost Cities you did,
Yeah.
and Kahuna you did, but are there other ones in the pipeline?
Definitely. I mean, we have the advantage of kind of cherry picking Cosmos' catalog, and if the licenses are available, it's always a possibility. So, like I said, it's about timing. If you've got suggestions, let us know. We'll look into it.
All right, Kabuki Kid here. She wants to know what game got you into the hobby.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What board game is the one that got you into the hobby? I guess your favorite game would be a good.
My personal favorite is the Lost Cities, the board game.
Okay.
And I know that the card game is a big classic, but I played the board game first.
First? Okay.
And it's a totally kind of different scoring mechanism.
Yeah.
So in the card game, the numbers on the card dictate your point value, but the point value in the board game is kind of determined in a completely different way. So I tend to like that one better, and that's what really got me jazzed about.
Okay, cool. Any new heroes in the Andor expansion?
There are new heroes. I don't want to misspeak. I don't know how many exactly,
Okay.
but there are new heroes.
All right. Do you know
Let's take like 1 or 2 more guys.
artwork for Smugglers? Who did that? Do you know?
That's a good question. I don't know that.
Don't know yet? Okay.
Sorry.
They just said it looked similar to Imperial Settlers. But let's see. How many people come to you with their designs? Do you have to reject a lot of them?
Well, we don't make those decisions. We can definitely connect them with our friends over at KOSMOS. As the manufacturer and the licensor holder, they're the ones that make those ultimate decisions. But yeah, we encourage different product submissions.
Yeah, it's kind of nice because you're kind of the USA branch of a company that publishes lots and lots of games, so you get to bring whatever you want over. You say, oh, these ones are doing well in Europe, we'll bring them over. And so it's kind of different. You don't have to make those kind of decisions.
Right. For all intents and purposes, for games, we're more of just kind of a distributor we do the translation, we do the distribution in North America.
Do you know if KOSMOS is bringing the rest of the German-only Legends of Andor expansions over?
I do not.
Don't know.
Okay. Well, I think that's probably it, but I have to say, since you keep saying suggestions, I'm going to suggest Kashgar again. Kashgar. We want that one. We've heard it's one of the best deck builders ever. And 7 Steps, that's another one that I want over here, because it fits with that whole dimension thing with the puzzle aspect. Right. So those are the two that I'm saying suggestions. Kashgar and 7 Steps. If you guys want to see it too, just say yes right now on our little chat.
All right. Last one, Smuggler's price point.
$40 retail.
$40 retail. There we go. All right, thanks.
Well, it's a pleasure having you.
Thanks so much.
Appreciate it.
And we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Now let's go over to the Broken Token and see some of their new inserts.
Thank
you. Messing it up.
All right, you're rolling there. I'll do a quick clap for audio syncing. All righty. Hi, and welcome back to Vegas for our coverage of the 2016 GAMA Trade Show. I'm Eric Summerer, here with Greg Spence from the Broken Token, and we're looking at Cosmic Encounter, but you are not here to sell Cosmic Encounter. You're here to sell what's inside that Cosmic Encounter box.
Exactly. We make board game organizers that help get the game to the table faster, speed up setup, speed up teardown. The other key thing is being able to fit a lot of expansion content in the core box.
In the base box.
So that's going to save you a lot of shelf space. I know a lot of people are really limited to the number of games they can buy by the number of games they can fit in their house.
Right, yes.
So that serves a
understand
very good purpose to allowing people to go out and get more games.
All right, so let's see what's inside Cosmic Encounter.
Sure.
This fits everything.
This has all 6 expansions with Cosmic Encounter in the core box. You can see it's pretty full. It's not going to hold a lot more, but we've got everything in here. So we have room for all the cards. All of our organizers are designed to support sleeved cards because we know that's really important. And then we've got room here, as you can see. One of the key things about the expansions is that it added 2 more players. So we have trays here
need room for all of the ships. And
so you've got room for all 8 players worth of tokens. All of the token trays here are removable and go right out on the table. So setup for the gameplay is as easy as what I'm doing right now.
Very, very
Just
short.
getting everything out. And then all of your player worlds and your cards are all ready to go. So that's really the key. As you can see here, it's a great example of getting lots of expansion content into one box.
Right.
So that's
So we were
really
talking before that one of the chief feedback pieces that you've been getting from people is that they want their minis games, they want their minis to be protected in the box that the game comes in.
So our most recent organizer is for Blood Rage. It's an extremely great game, very popular, a lot of fun. And we actually took to some online forums and asked, what would you guys like to see in an organizer? And we wanted to kind of make it a little bit of a community experiment to bring people in before we started the design. And everybody just kind of unanimously said, we want to paint our miniatures, so we want something that's going to help us protect the miniatures while they're painted inside the box. We'd never really done anything like this before. We've made organizers for miniature games, but most of the time they're just kind of stored into bins. So we really set out to see what we could do to help protect your painted miniatures. And so you can see here the game board
There's
is
even a
held
little
into place.
notch here that keeps the game board from moving around
The
too
token
much.
tray here and the notch here keeps the game board in place. And that's key because one of the miniatures has a really tall sword that's barely...
Oh my goodness,
it's as tall as the box. So the only way to make sure that that guy didn't get squished was to position him in a certain spot and make the game board so it can't move around.
What a fascinating challenge that had
Right,
to
so
have
that's
been.
one of the small bits of it. So, and if you know Blood Rage, you know there's, if you own all the Kickstarter content and all the expansions, there's a lot to fit in the box. And we've got everything in here. And so one of the cool things we did was create a clan tray. And this is going to hold everything for a clan into one tray. So you've got all of your miniatures, including the Mystics expansion in there, and a little compartment on the side that holds
the
all the
discs.
player pieces.
Oh, wow.
So the key to this is when someone knows what clan they want to play, you just hand them this container,
tray.
and they keep it in front of them and play right out of it.
Now I see you've got burned in. These are the official logos,
Right.
fonts, all of this
Yeah,
for
so,
the game.
so Cool Mini or Not's one of our partners. These are all officially licensed, so that lets us use actual art from the game. And we've got the fonts for the clans engraved and other labeling here. So that's really cool, and we really love working with those guys. And
Fascinating to be able to get the entire game in there.
one of the cool, you can see the way these guys are laid out here. They're kind of being held by their bases, and that allows them to not move around in the box. So if they were painted, they're not going to rub up against each other, and they're not going to hit the wood. And so that's going to protect them. And then the other key thing was trying to do the same, but for the large monster pieces. So we put these trays out.
So there's little notches that the base can slide into.
Right, and they're like kind of spring loaded, so they're real easy to get out. You just pull them out when you're ready to play, and then pop them back in.
Oh, wow.
But the other cool thing is like it holds them perfectly in the box upside down. They're not going to come out. So that also means you can store this box vertically on your shelf, and everything's going to be held in place. If it bounces around in your car trunk, these guys aren't going to chip their paint or anything like that. So
Wow.
we're super proud of the engineering effort that went into this.
So if somebody's looking for this or any of your inserts, where do they head?
They can go online to thebrokentoken.com. We've also, we're in hundreds of retail stores, so if your local store doesn't carry us, you can just ask them to check because we're available through distribution or direct. So there's a lot of different ways to get our stuff.
Fascinating. That's really impressive. Thank you very
Thank you.
much for
Thank you
joining
for
us.
having us on.
Thanks for watching. Sweet.
We'll bring you over for a quick audience Q&A.
I gotta see these things.
Oh, yeah.
But bring this over too.
Here are the other trays and the card holders that just
Yeah.
goes right on the table and you play right out of
Oh,
it.
but please bring it over because we have a bunch of questions. Well, not. Okay, if you guys have questions for Broken Token, or if you want to know about their inserts, please come over here. I think their inserts are absolutely phenomenal.
Who's coming up next?
It looks like WizKids because we're missing.
Yeah, WizKids is our 3 o'clock, so they
WizKids
they
is our
probably
3 and
get up.
AEG disappeared, so it's WizKids for now. Bring those in. You have to bring
Yeah, come on in.
Bring those right in. Don't even worry. Actually, I have
just leave that one.
I
here,
have two
too.
questions before anything else. One is for Tom. He wants to know, can he have a cosmic insert? And one is for this guy here who wants to know, could he have a Blood Rage insert?
Right, I'm sure we can work that out.
And actually, the real question is Sam's special figure going to fit in the Blood Rage insert?
It is. So
it is.
There's room.
See?
We're talking Hildy, right? So there's room in our monsters box here. So this is for the Gods of Asgard expansion.
Yeah.
This holds the smaller monsters. And you can see in here there's room for 5 or 6 other
more.
miniatures in there. So Hildy will fit.
You're a monster, Sam. That's it. We know you're
That's
now a
very cool.
monster.
I'll get that back in there.
Sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
Oh,
That's
this
cool.
insert is great.
All right.
Thank you.
First question from Tommy says, would it be okay to paint the insert for Blood Rage, or have you seen any paint?
Yes, definitely. They look great stained and they look great painted. It just is kind of personal preference, but a lot of people do that.
Right. Does the extra layer of paint, will it throw off any of the dynamic? I mean,
No. The best thing to do is when you get them from us, they're in sheets. Before you punch out the parts, just stain the whole sheets, let them dry for 24 hours, and then assemble it like normal, and it's going to work great.
All right, cool. Let's see here.
Can I grab one of the big monster ones? I'm going to hold it up
Sure.
for the camera.
Find a way to squeak in.
So people are asking MSRPs. I've
Oh,
seen
yeah.
that. What are these two going to go
MSRP on Blood Rage is $45, and Cosmic Encounter, I can't remember actually. I'd have to go check.
Blood Rage, you get all this $45. I think that's an incredible price.
Somewhere in the range, we might have it.
The way these all lay in there. I mean, look at the way they lay in.
Cosmic Encounter is 30.
Okay, Cosmic is 30. All right, that's good.
And Cosmic's only 30.
Are you
great price point?
Any plans for Orleans Deluxe insert?
We've been asked for that, so it's definitely on our suggestion list, and we really do listen to what people are asking for and prioritize product development based on that. So that's certainly one that is there, and we will get to at some point, but not sure exactly when.
Any plans to have a good offer for international shipping, especially UK?
Yeah, so we are actually here at GAMA talking to some international distributors and working on getting over there so that we have a much lower shipping price point. So we hope we'll have really good news coming in that way in a few weeks.
Oh, look who we have behind. Have you seen this yet? Eric, come in here for a sec.
I was talking to Eric about this in the elevator the other day. So this is how the normal monsters are held. They're not going to come out so they can be painted.
I'm going to tilt up so we can
But
see
they're
Eric's
just that
reaction
easy
to
to get out
this.
and slide back in. And then all the clan trays, everything you need to play, including the mystics, are in here. And this holds all the other parts that you need. And obviously, since we're licensed, we can put the clan logos right on there and everything. So we've got all the trays
with the
clan
bases.
logos.
Nice.
Yes, we're held by the bases, so the miniatures actually aren't touching anything in this case.
That's awesome. Well, because nobody wants to remove the bases.
Right.
Yeah. So we're working on an expansion that's actually going to change everything. So that
sounds good. We'd love to hear that.
I'm kidding.
Right.
All right, let's see. What does the future hold for Broken Token? Plans, other games?
It holds huge things. Look at this. Okay.
Yeah, we have some great new stuff coming up. We're tackling some really big games that are not possible to get into their current boxes, things like Arkham Horror, Firefly. We're working on storage solutions for those, so we hope we'll have more information.
Eldritch Horror?
Yes, that's definitely high up on the list. So those are kind of what's coming down the pipe.
Do you do inserts for the kitchen cabinets too? My spoons are out of control, they say.
That's not one we've done yet, but we can cut anything on a laser cutter.
Right, yeah, that's true.
Well, let's take one more question, then we're going to head over to WizKids. So
let's see. Let's go with. Have you ever been asked to consult on an insert designed by a publisher or a game designer?
Yeah, we have. We've had people come to us that wanted to either do something for a Kickstarter project. One of the great examples that we did was when Bezier Games put out their One Night Ultimate Vampire Kickstarter. We developed the Deluxe Collector's Edition box for them that held everything. And so I think close to 1,000 people got that box through their Kickstarter. So we're definitely open to working on custom projects.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much. I mean, this is
thanks for having us on.
Yes,
I appreciate it.
Thanks for joining
us.
us.
Good talking to you guys.
Appreciate it.
Okay, and now we're going to take you guys back to the main interview area with WizKids. And I know I see Dice Master stuff there, so I'm happy.
Like, if we're ready, they're ready. That can go somewhere on you. There's a little clip on the back. Wherever is comfortable. Those are the bags. Color coded, I thought it was a napkin. We're going to turn this way. Okay. The upper one's on, the lower one is also on. I'm going to do a quick clap for sound syncing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And here we go. Hi, and welcome back to Las Vegas for our coverage of the GAMA Trade Show 2016. I'm Eric Summerer here with Scott from WizKids, and we've got 3 games I'm quite excited about. 2 Turtles, 1 Star Trek. Where do we start?
Well, this is a selection of items that we're showing off here at the GAMA Trade Show. And there has been a lot of hype. We're going to start with Turtles.
Let's start with Turtles. We're going to start with Turtles.
There's been a lot of hype here about Turtles. We're very happy to work with Nickelodeon to be able to bring Turtles to not only HeroClix, but also Dice Masters as well. So I'll just jump right in and kind of give you a little description of what we're looking at here.
Let's do HeroClix.
First thing that's going to come out here is going to be HeroClix. This is a starter and scenario game called Mouser Mayhem. So this does function as a starter set for HeroClix. It has a core rule book. It's got the 4 turtles that you can play. It's got object tokens and a map that we don't have the map out here right now.
Right.
It'll be a little too big to lay out on the table. But it also has some scenario gameplay that goes along with it, as well as a sort of truncated rules system that really just focuses on what you're going to encounter in this box. So there is the core rule book, so players who are interested in learning the entirety of the game of HeroClix can check out the core rule book. But in the scenario rule book and in that truncated rule system, it's not a new system. It's just in that truncated rule set.
Right.
It just focuses on what you will see in this box.
Almost an intro set for
Exactly.
HeroClix.
It's a perfect starter, introductory starter for new players coming into the game, and of course for any players that play the game that want to get turtles.
Yes.
And the scenario games are also there's 3 different scenario games. One is a turtle training, which is basically the turtles fighting against each other.
Okay.
So you can play that as 4 players. Each player takes a turtle, or 2 teams of 2, or what have you. There is 2 scenario games. One is called Save Splinter, which is basically like a tower defense game where we have these Mouser tokens. And there's a Splinter token, and you're playing as the turtles, and you have to defend Splinter for a certain number of rounds as these Mousers are just spawning and coming at you.
Right.
And you have to fight them off. And then there's one that's called Rescue April, and Baxter Stockman has kidnapped April.
Okay.
And you have to explore the map and find the entrance to his secret lair, and then it goes into sort of like a boss fight, if you will, where you have to fight Baxter to release April. Of course, the Mousers are abounds during the whole time trying to stop you from doing that.
Right.
So again, great entry point for anyone who's interested in learning about HeroClix. And our first foray into looking into seeing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, we will also have, along with this, single-figure booster packs that do explore a lot more into the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles characters, not only from comics, but also different television series as well. So we're very excited to see Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles finally in HeroClix.
So HeroClix minis are all well and good, but what if I want my turtles represented by dice?
Oh, by dice. Well, then we're going to move right over here to Dice Masters. This comes out in the following month. This will come out in May. The HeroClix starts in April. And in May, we have the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Dice Masters set. Now, one thing that I am going to point out about this, compared to other Dice Masters sets, where we've had a starter set and booster packs, this is one inclusive purchase. This is a full box set. So it's actually very similar to when we released Warriors, that you could buy the box and it had everything included.
Right.
That's going to be what we're doing for this Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles set. And it works just as any other Dice Masters set. That it's a great 2-player game, but we also have rules in here to be able to play it with 4 players.
I saw
as
4 draw bags over here.
4
player
draw bags
mats.
and 4 player mats that are included in this, so you can play this as a 2 or 4 player game as well.
Excellent.
So we're very excited, and again, this reaches into turtles from different universes, comics, and television.
80s TV animated series.
Absolutely.
How many cards are in that box?
There is. I actually don't. I know there's 92 dice. And there's 62 cards, but I'm not sure the breakdown in terms of how many
of each character type we're
I can
looking at.
cheat a little bit here and look at the 48 character cards. So 3 versions of 15 different characters.
Okay. And last but not least, a new Star Trek game.
A new Star Trek game. So this is Star Trek Frontiers, and this is going to be coming out in June. And this is uses the Venture Tile system, which was premiered with the Mage Knight board game.
Okay.
And this obviously takes place in space, and you are fighting using either the Federation or Klingon ships.
We got an Enterprise D here. There's a Defiant, Warbird.
Yep, Bird of Prey.
Yep.
And you eventually will come across these nasty little cubes here.
We don't want those guys.
Yeah. And they have assimilated different races through the galaxy, so they have their own fighting forces that go along with them. And you'll also be encountering different types of planets, nebula, and other space anomalies and things throughout. In terms of the rules system, it's similar to Mage Knight. However, there are some areas that have been streamlined in the rules. So, as an example, there is no. This tells you your movement costs, and you'll see there's no flip side to it.
Right.
There's no night.
There's
and
no
day
day-night
function
phase.
because
Yeah.
space.
Yeah. Yes, it's space.
So, so there's some things that have been streamlined,
Okay.
but then there's some other things in terms of flavor of the Star Trek universe that have been added to the game. So, if you've played Mage Knight, I will say that you are 60 to 70% up the learning curve. Some of that learning curve is just going to be there's going to be some equivalent terminology that oh, okay, this term in this game means this in
Right.
Mage Knight, but it really. We've taken the basic game engine and really tailored it to the Star Trek universe to be able to explore the different characters that you'll be able to that you know and love from the television series that you'll be able to recruit onto your crew and travel the universe and explore the universe. So we're very excited. This is based off of obviously the game engine from Vlada Shvatil.
Yeah.
And we worked with Andrew Parks,
Yes.
who has really mapped on the Star Trek universe onto the Venture Tile system.
Very nice. Anything else you want to talk about? These are three very exciting things to talk about.
The other thing I wanted to mention, we did make a big announcement here at the GAMA Trade Show that we are, WizKids is going to be doing an unpainted miniatures line. So I brought a couple of those here.
That's who these guys are. I was wondering.
They're going to be plastic miniatures that are come out of the package, fully assembled. They have really deep cut detail to them, so it's very friendly for painters, especially even new painters, that you don't lose that detail when you put the coated paint on. They're going to be pre-primed from Vallejo paints, so you can just pop them right out of the package and ready to paint. We're going to be doing all the iconic character classes. We are going to have a near even split of male and female characters for those classes because oftentimes it's hard to find a female version of a character.
Right.
And we are also going to be offering multi-packs that are low and high level versions of characters. So if you're playing and you start off a campaign, and eventually you can sort of upgrade.
You don't want your super paladin to look like he's still level 1.
Exactly. So you'll be able to buy a multi-pack that'll have a low and high level version. So you'll be ready to go once you've reached those higher levels.
And are these more of a catch-all fantasy universe, or is this a
going to
specific license?
we are working with Wizards of the Coast, Dungeons and Dragons, and Pathfinder as well.
Oh, excellent.
For making these characters, and we're going to be hitting all of the iconic monsters, and we'll have multi-packs, so you can get like a goblin pack with a number of different goblins with different weapons and poses and things. As I said, the character classes, we'll even be doing objects and sort of dungeon dressings, if you will, of
mimics
of things like, or even just standard barrels and crates and things like that you can paint up to sort of decorate your miniatures table for your role-playing games.
Scott, thank you very much.
Hey, thank you. It's always a pleasure.
Thanks for watching. All right.
Quick Q&A over there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, we're bringing Scott over. We actually have Eric Lang here too, since we're talking to some Dice Masters. Let's get all the Dice Masters questions out first, since Eric's here.
I don't answer these questions. Look at this.
So,
as you heard from Eric, he's not going to answer rules questions for Dice Masters, but he's going to ask any other questions. And in fact, let me bring over the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles now. Oh, yes, yes, yes. We're excited about this. Oh, look at the symbols. They actually have their weapons. I gotta show everyone these dice. So, you literally have the nunchuck, the katana, the bow stick. Look at that. Look at those dice. Those are their weapons of the four turtles. So we got a question right away. Deluxe bags for this one, as opposed to the paper bags. Are you going to do those?
There are accessory items. There's going to be a play mat. There's going to be a bag. I just didn't bring them with me for this interview. They're on display at the booth.
They'll be here.
Okay, how much Star Trek Mage Knight retail for in June?
$79.99 MSRP for the Star Trek Frontiers is the name of the game.
Does it span all of the Star Trek IPs or just Next Generation?
Spans all.
Spans all. Okay. Let's see here. Dice Masters. I don't know those abbreviations. What are those abbreviations?
AVX and UX. AVX is
Avengers X-Men, Uncanny X-Men.
Okay, there you go. They're in the same series, mixed very well. Age of Ultron and ASM sort of stand on their own. Where will Civil War set fit in?
In terms of, I'm not sure the question in terms of
I think they mean in playability.
Playability.
Right? I mean, they all stand alone, right? But we try to. Generally, what we try to do is we try to make new mechanics that do highlight the set and offer something new. But there's a little bit of subtlety that backtracks a bit, and we haven't leaked any of the mechanics from Civil War yet, have we?
No.
Okay.
Are you allowed to?
No. I will say that they're cool because you never say that in an interview, right?
Right.
Well, I'm assuming they're coming out soon because the movie's coming out in like 2 months or 3 months, or that we're going to see them soon.
Yeah, we're excited for it, but we'll be doing previews and things like that, but just don't have that here right now.
Any possibility of a new Naruto Dice Masters?
We're always interested in looking at new licensors, but no announcement at this point for any new licenses besides obviously Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is going to be the most.
Is there plans for I'm going to ask this myself. Is there plans for expansions on the Turtles, or is this going to be a one-box standalone?
We're right now jumping right in with this, and we'll see where it goes from there. And of course, we're happy to continue. As far as we can take it. So
let's see. They want more information on multiplayer. Is it 2 or 4 or 2-2-4?
It is. Would you be able to speak to that a little bit, Eric, in terms of the Dice Masters 4 players?
Is it 2-2-4 or 2 or 4?
Yeah. Can you play 3? The 3 players. It's really designed more
effectively 2 or 4.
Yeah.
We played around a little bit with 3. You can, but I'm comfortable saying 2 or 4.
It plays better.
Oh, can I just say here? A lot of people are saying thank you for doing a non-random complete Dice Master set. They're very happy to get a set that's complete in the box. So
we've heard it before, so we wanted to give it a shot, and we figured, especially with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, first out for this license, and that we figured that this is particularly a more family-friendly license and that's also why we wanted to add in the 4-player aspect as well, that it made sense.
Is the 4-player going to be team play, like when we did our Dice Master Challenge? Is it 2 people against 2 people? Or
it's almost like it was inspired.
Okay. What's the future of D&D Attack Wing? Will we see waves 11 and 12?
So right now with D&D Attack Wing, we had announced some products, and we are we pulled back those solicitations. We're actually looking at a reconfiguration of that product. So I have nothing to announce at this point, unfortunately, for you. But when we're ready to announce new products for it, then we'll do so.
Okay. Possibility of a Star Trek Dice Masters?
Possibility. I mean, again, we're always looking at working with our licensor for all our product lines. Nothing to announce at this point, but I won't say it's out of the.
I'm going to go on record right now, since we all talk about what our favorite is: Star Wars, Star Wars, Star Wars, Star Wars, Star Wars.
They're asking to see the back of the Star Trek box. Is that possible?
Back of the Star Trek box.
Scott is so good at these. It's awesome. They're so seasoned.
It looks just like a here. I'll bring it right up. I'll bring it right up to the camera. There you go. There we go. It looks almost just like Mage Knight.
Yeah, as I said up there, if you've played Mage Knight, you're going to be very far up the learning curve. But of course, it's got all the full rule set and everything in here. So even if you haven't played Mage Knight, you can just jump right in and learn from this one.
MSRP on the Mutant Ninja Turtles Dice Masters.
It is $34.99 for the box set.
$34.99, and people are asking, is there a plan to do other all-inclusive sets for Dice Masters in the future?
So this is the first one that's going to be coming out of the gate with it. We're going to see how it does and go from there. So I can't say anything definitively at this point, unfortunately.
Okay. Perfect. Well, thank you guys so much.
Thank you again.
As always.
Thanks for stopping back by.
We may or may not be thanking you, and we cannot announce any further.
Okay. Am I allowed to steal that before we go?
So I will say that Dice Tower will have a review copy very soon.
There you go.
We'll be doing that. Me and
Sounds
Tom will be
good.
talking about that very soon. Mutant Ninja Turtles. You heard it here first. Live from GAMA 2016. Now let's go and look at what AEG has up for you.
Cowabunga.
Cowabunga, yes.
Cowabunga.
And pizza. Where's the pizza?
Oh, it's in there.
Dude, of course there's pizza.
Thanks, guys.
I'm playing a full-on pepperoni strike.
But we'll get to that in a moment.
blow
As soon as
up
we
on
get to.
us?
No, this is the audio for the internet feed. Hello, internet.
Hello, internet.
We're here. And,
Oh, there's our internet.
yeah, that's the internet, and
Hi,
that's
internet.
the future internet.
I see. See, I thought the internet was a bunch of people. I didn't know it was a camera.
They're all in there.
Oh,
On
you
the
fit
other
them
side
all
of that
in there.
lens, that's where they live.
Wow, that's creepy.
A little bit. But at least we
Right.
can detach them and turn them around when we don't want them to see.
Yes.
Anyway. Are we ready, guys, with the overhead?
Overheading?
We are overheading.
All right, we set? Is that guy going?
I'm set. They're rolling up there.
Both mics
I'll
are
do a
on.
quick clap for audio syncing for these
Okay.
two cameras. All right, here comes the clap. Hi, and welcome back to Las Vegas for our coverage of the GAMA Trade Show 2016. I'm Eric Summerer here with Todd Rowland from AEG. Hi, Todd.
Hi, Eric.
How's it going?
Doing quite well.
A lot of exciting things to talk about. We're going to start with Mystic Veil.
Yes, Mystic Veil. This is our big release we're excited about for this year. It introduces what we're calling the card crafting system.
Okay.
So in the past, just about everybody's played deck building games. We've
Yeah.
had a couple of deck building games. There's lots of deck building games out there.
A couple.
A couple. This is the first card building game, or card crafting game as we're calling it.
Okay.
So the idea is that each player has a deck of 20 cards, okay? And so each player has their own color on the back, yellow, red, blue, stuff like that.
Sure.
You have 20 cards, and over the course of the game, you will stay at 20 cards the whole time. What you'll be doing is you'll be customizing each card and optimizing each card toward whatever strategy you're going for.
Okay.
So you don't have to get rid of cards or buy new cards. But
And that's where these overlays
That's
come
where these
in.
overlays come in. So on your turn, what you're going to do is you're going to start with your deck, and I want to make sure I'm doing this the right way around so people can see it face up.
Yeah.
You're going to play cards. Now your initial deck comes with a set of cards that are either fertile soil, which just gives you a buying point,
Yeah.
point of buying power, or Cursed Lands, which gives you buying power and decay, which I'll explain in a minute.
Okay.
Because the whole theme of the game is that you're all druids and you're trying to revitalize this veil that's been cursed. Right?
Gotcha.
And you will have some cards that are blank at the initial that don't do anything.
That's great.
They will eventually, but now they don't. So let's say that I was doing this run. Okay, so right now I've got 3 buying power, 2 decay. If I keep going and hit 4 decay, I've spoiled and my turn's over.
Okay.
And I get nothing.
Yes.
If I stop at 3 or at 2, wherever I want to stop, I can then go on to buy cards, or buy advancements as we call them.
Gotcha.
So in this case, I've stopped here. I've got 3 buying power. So then I would come down here to the advancements and look in the upper left corner, and there would be more advancements out than this, and they'd be ranked from like level 1 to level 3.
Yeah,
so
okay.
you'd have more. So let's see, Field of Flowers only costs 3. So I'm going to use my 3, and I'm going to buy the Field of Flowers. Now I can pick any card that is in my field that I've played to add this to.
Interesting.
I cannot cover up an existing one, so I can't get rid of the cursed land.
You can't get rid of the
that way.
cursed land.
I could put
you
it
could
here,
put on the blank, or you
put
could
it
make the
here.
fertile soil
so
even
what
more
I'll do
fertile.
is I will sleeve it in. So now this card's making 3 income for me every turn.
Okay.
We sweep this, and then it goes to the next person's turn. So on my next, let's say I've got it a couple turns, I've reshuffled.
And now
I'm
you've
coming
got
out
stronger
with this,
cards.
And oh look, I've got a lot more buying power now. Now eventually, you're going to start creating all kinds of wacky cards. So like, let's say that I have.
There's sort of a high, middle, low section of these cards.
And I can only create up to 3 on a card.
Yep. Oh, wow. And there's
So
sort of
then
an ability ribbon as well.
There's an ability ribbon that'll give it a new effect, and some of the cards will have their own effect. So, for instance,
man.
there could be a lot going on. You customize out what you want it to do. So, right now,
That
this
is
is a very
crazy card.
risky card because it's got 2 decay on it, but at the same time, it's getting me 8 victory points every time it's played. That I complete, that I don't bust, right, or spoil.
Yeah, okay.
And on Harvest, I gain another buying power for each other card in my field. So the longer I can do the run, the more buying power I'll get. And then at the end of the game, that's end of the game victory points.
Yep.
And then these are called Guardian Power. Basically, they key off other things as well, different combos I can set up. Now,
okay.
So you may notice that some cards have these little symbols like this bear claw and this star.
Sure.
If I get enough symbols out in a row, I can buy the veil cards. These are like the I've healed this part of the land. So like if I buy the Ancient Life Roots, it stays in front of me from now on, and I gain a permanent piece.
Permanent bonus.
A piece negates 1. So I can continue, I can push farther and push farther. There are cards that have peace built in, like this one, that if I attached on a card, it could cancel out any of my spoilage. Most of them just have victory points, right? You complete this, you get bigger bonus points, but some of them have abilities you can get. You play until all the advancements are bought for that game, and then you total up the total victory points between all the players.
Excellent. And I'm assuming because these sleeves are critical to the ordering of the cards, they're in the box.
They are in the box. The game has 80 cards in it because it's for 4 players. Each player would have 20 cards. The game comes with 100 sleeves, so if you have a little bit of breakage or a tear, you've got extra sleeves there.
Good.
They are basic tarot size, so you can always acquire more sleeves if you needed to. Yeah. And that's basically the game. There's a ton of different advancements to do all different kinds of things, crazy combos you can come up with. Really neat on run. I've seen some where people have just a couple of really powerful cards and they'll do short runs. I've seen others where people will get a ton of peace in their deck and do run their whole deck in one go if they can. And, all different kinds of ways to do it.
Excellent. When do we expect to see Mr.
This
Veil?
will be in stores in June.
Excellent. So you'll have copies at Origins?
We should have copies at Origins. There will be there's an expansion already in the works, and the designer John Clare originally brought us a game that used card crafting that was a much bigger scale. It had worker placement, a cube tower, monsters, double-sided things. It was wacky, and it's awesome. It's a great game, and we're going to publish it. But when we went to him and said, let's just introduce people to card crafting.
Start this concept first.
And so he came up with this one, which has been really great. And then later we're going to bring out Edge of Darkness, which is the larger scale version of the game.
Okay. All right, next, I really want to talk about this trio of boxes that we've got stacked up. I'm going to move Mystic Veil over here. But Guildhall has been one of my favorite games of the past several years, one of my favorite AEG games. And this is Guildhall Fantasy.
Yes. So Guildhall has been a great success for us, right? It's been a great selling game. We It was given the recommended list for the Spiel the year it came out. It was on their short list of recommended games. It's been really good, but we always kind of wanted to do a little more with it. So what we've done here is we're bringing out the game as Guildhall Fantasy. So in the initial release, now these are going to come out in 3 months, so it'll be June, July, August.
Okay, and is the first one Fellowship?
Fellowship, then Alliance, then Coalition.
Okay.
And in Fellowship, the character classes are basically the original cards from the original Guildhall. They have the same ability, fish a card out of the discard,
Right.
swap characters, all that kind of stuff. But they're represented as a fighter, a druid, a monk, different types of fantasy classes. Then the next month we have Guildhall Alliance come out. Now in Guildhall Alliance, you get 6 more characters who have completely new abilities, not seen in Guildhall before.
Right.
But each class corresponds to a class in the prior set. So, for instance, in this one you have a fighter, in this one you might have a paladin, in this one you have a druid, in this one you have a cleric.
Okay.
You might have a thief, and in this one you have an archer or a scout or something of that effect.
Okay.
You can mix and match by different classes to make new games. So, okay, I'm going to have the paladin and the thief and the druid in this one. And then Guildhall Fantasy Coalition comes out and introduces, say, a barbarian and another healing class and all the different ones, bards, things like that. So you can mix and match across all 3 of them. You can also do what we're calling the mega brick, which is where you just take all the cards, put them together into a giant game, and play it that way.
Do it.
Can be a little longer building your sets,
Yeah.
or you can, as one of the rules says, you can do it by class as well. So you can just, the fighter and the paladin can go together.
Form the same.
But they trigger their own ability. So even if you have 2 fighters and you play paladin, you get the paladin ability at 3 instead of just the 2 fighters.
Right, okay, yes.
So lots of different things you can do there.
Are these standalone sets? If I were to just buy Coalition, it's a standalone
You can play
set.
Coalition just as it is. Absolutely. And you can play them all separately, or you can pick them all up and mix them all around.
And you said June, July, August?
June, July, August is the intended date. If there's a slowdown or something, it would be July, August, September. We're not waiting too long to get them out there. So, but,
what else do we have on the docket?
What else do we have on the docket? Okay, to show off some stuff, this will be in stores very shortly, is Greedy Greedy Goblins from Richard Garfield. Super fun little game. I'll show you just a couple of components. Because this is not a complete set. So you have your mines, and there'll be a circle of mines. There'll be a whole bunch of mine cards around. And then in the middle, you'll have a bunch of tiles. And I'm just going to put out a few real quick. But you would have tons of these little tiles. When the game starts, all the players start immediately grabbing. You look at it. No, you don't flip it. You look at it secretly. You see what it is, and you pick a mine to put it in. So look at this. All right. Now, at any point during the game, I can take one of my little goblin tokens, claim that mine.
Okay.
No one else can add anything to that mine, and I'm going to score it at the end of the round.
Now locked down.
All right, once everyone's played all their goblins or all the tiles have been assigned, the round's over. You then begin revealing and find out what they do. Oh, look, it's gold. That's worth a point. I get a point. Yay. Oh, it's a torch. Now, the torch was special. When you reveal the torch, you could play it face up to look at something else in the thing. But anyway. Oh, another gem. That's worth another point. And 3.
You
so
made
that would have
a
been 3
terrific
points.
decision.
That would have been a great
And
mine.
if I had chosen this mine, I'd run into
You would have
some
run into
sort
the
of terrible
monster. Now, the monster isn't bad for you, but if there had been a gem there, the monster eats the gem. And he takes it away. You can also have dynamite. Your first dynamite doubles your value. Your second dynamite triples your value. And your third dynamite collapses the mine. And you lose all the points in it. So that's where it gets tricky because people are throwing these in all the mines and you're trying to keep up. Okay, who's played here? How many did you put in there?
Yeah.
Are you going to try and grab that one? You don't know what's going to happen. You also have little tokens for workers. Every time you reveal a worker, you get to draw a card off the minion deck, which might give you different abilities that you can use whenever you need them. So, for instance, the gold smelter. If I had got this one, I could play the gold smelter. That would be worth 1 extra point. For however much gold is in there, you get an extra point.
Okay.
A canary, if the mine would blow up, you don't score it, but you get to save your goblin token. You don't have to wait around before getting another goblin token back. He doesn't get blown up.
Gotcha. Excellent. When do we
that
see
is-
this one?
This one will be out next month. It'll be
wow.
out in April.
Excellent.
Yes.
And last but not least.
Last but not least.
Would you call this the flagship title of AEG at this point, or is this just the perennial bestseller?
This is the perennial bestseller. Our flagship title is Smash Up. Smash Up is still our biggest at this point, but our perennial bestseller, of course, is Love Letter. And later this year, we'll be coming out with Love Letter Premium. You can see, it comes in a nice little box here.
That's the magnetic closure.
Yes,
on
it's
the
the
end there.
magnetic. Nice.
Very
little-
nice.
And that comes with your rules. And
Big cards.
Big cards. Not only are they big cards, but you'll notice there's several new cards because this brings Love Letter to a 5 to 8 player expansion. You can play it from 2 to 8 players. The rulebook will tell you which characters to use for the number of players. So if you got 5 players, you add these, and if you got 6, you add these. And
these aren't regular cards either. This is a much thicker card stock, almost cardboard.
Yes, much nicer. Now this was an early factory demo. We're going to be adjusting the cards a little bit. We're going to go to a true tarot size so that people can sleeve them if they want to. Right? This was just a mock, but yes, they are going to be thicker than normal cards. And like I say, the new effects are really neat. Some characters, like for instance, the Jester is one of my favorite. When you play the Jester, you pick another player. If they win the round, you also get a point. It's like, wow, man, you're much better at this game than me, so I'm going to bet you're going to win.
And these are, of course, heart tokens as opposed to the standard cubes.
Exactly. And then after this comes out, a little while after this comes out, we're going to release a standard card size expansion for people who have the old Love Letter who don't want to pick up the premium. They can expand their game to the 5 to 8 player through normal card size.
Interesting.
And go with their other one. So yes, that is Love Letter.
Timeline on premium?
It'll be, right now all I can say is later this year, probably fall, but I can't give an exact date just yet.
Excellent.
We're doing a lot of stuff with Seiji this summer and fall. We're bringing him to Gen Con, so if you're going to be at Gen Con, you can meet Seiji Kanai. He'll be at our booth. He'll be at the game night. He'll be a part of all that. So.
All right. Excellent. Todd Rowland, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for spending time with us, and thank you for watching. Woohoo! All right. You can disassemble these guys.
I'm not even going to worry about it at this point. It's going back to the booth now, so.
There you go. And oh, I really want to see these.
No, it's really good. The art turned out beautiful. Really? I was really excited. Yeah, summer.
Okay. We now have Z, who is the most thorough of all of us. If you notice, Z is writing down your questions as they went along, so you don't have to go back in the chat. Z is the most professional of all of us, as you can see.
Right. Just trying to speed up the process, actually, and I'm experimenting, seeing if this will work. Me writing these down before Todd comes up here, so we can knock out a few questions and get us back over there for the next person. We are falling a little bit behind doing it this way, which I think is great, to get you guys involved. But hopefully doing this will speed us up a little bit. So here comes Todd, and we are going to just kind of rapid fire ask you some questions. I will let you show off some Mystic Veil transparent cards.
Yes, because they were too glossy for the main feed,
Sure, yeah. Now this is an early factory copy too, so there may be some slight adjustments.
All right, Todd, how you doing?
I'm doing quite well. How are you?
Good to see you. I'm good.
Good to see you too.
I'm gonna just rapid fire give you some questions here that our viewers have been asking you. All right.
All
So here we
right.
go. Any new trains expansions in the works that you can tell us about?
We don't have a new train expansion in the works, but what we do have is we're coming out with a product later this year called Destination Fun, which will have new train maps, new planes, airports, new automobiles, tracks, and new cards for all those games. So it'll be an expansion for the whole series.
Cool. I think that covers it. That was someone had asked about automobiles as well. So there you go. Now that you are working with the Munchkin license, someone wanted to know if there were any other re-themes of your other games in the works, say Nightfall or something like that.
To using Munchkin or just
to using Munchkin as a
not
theme?
currently. No,
Nothing in the works. All right. Someone wanted to know about 7th Sea.
Okay.
Anything 7th Sea on the horizon?
Okay, so obviously the RPG Kickstarter did amazing, right? #1 Kickstarter RPG ever. We are definitely talking about it. We're not going to dive right in as like a fast, get the money. But we're going to try and come up with something really good for it. But it is definitely being talked about.
Right, right. Excellent. What version of Love Letter has been your bestseller? Someone was curious about that.
The original.
Really?
The original is
simply,
still been our
is it simply because
bestseller.
it's been out the longest, you think?
I think so, yeah. Now, out of all the skins, Batman has been the bestseller.
That's what we've heard, right?
Mhm.
Okay, very cool.
But out of all of them, it is still the original. It's still our best-selling one.
Cool, cool. Price point on Mystic Veil, I'm not sure if you mentioned it up there. But
No, I didn't actually talk about any of the price points. Mystic Veil, I believe, is $39.95.
Okay, okay. What about the Love Letter? Someone wanted to know about that.
Love
as
Letter,
well.
I do not know yet. I can't say yet what that one is. I could guess, but it wouldn't. I wouldn't want anybody to assume.
You don't want to be wrong one way, too
Not one
much
way or the
or
other.
too little, you know? Someone wanted to know if there was a reprint of the original Guildhall in the works.
There is not a reprint of the original Guildhall in the works. We are going toward the Guildhall Fantasy push
Gotcha.
now.
Gotcha. That I already asked you, and then there were a couple more here that I wrote in here. Why don't you go ahead and show those off?
I showed them
There were
off.
some folks that wanted to see
I have a question
those.
about these. Is this what you're using here? Is this going to kind of be like the final product on them?
No, those were early mocks that we did actually. They're going to be slightly thicker, not too much. They'll still have a little bit of bend to them, so that they don't push the sleeve too much, but just slightly.
But the same translucence, like
Yeah.
the way Gloom or other games.
Right.
put
Exactly.
translucent on.
Exactly.
So, question here. At Gen Con last year, Doomtown players had the opportunity to kill off certain characters through a tournament. Was that a success? And if you can tell us a little bit about that process.
Oh yeah, they knocked off a lot of them. Biggest one of all, I think, was the sheriff. The sheriff got killed, and Stephen Wiles, the awesome drifter guy who had the crazy bullet rating and was very expensive. But it was great. They had stories written about it. Each of those events became its own story online. Of course, people can still play with the cards, right? We're not banning the cards in that sense, but it was really neat, and it did affect our plans for the storyline. It took them in different ways, and the story we showed later in the cards. But yeah, it was big. We're gonna.
So is that something you're thinking you might do again?
Oh yeah. Now we may not do the kill people at random, just pick whoever you want to kill, but we'll do some nature of interaction, definitely.
Right, very cool. And then let's close with this. Any plans to make any new games in the Tempest line?
Not currently.
Okay.
Not currently. We have a lot of other things going on right now. Tempest line was fun. It was great. Love Letter came out of it, which was a huge success.
Right.
The other games were a lot of fun. I still play Dominare. I still think it's great. But right now, there are no current plans for any more Tempest games.
Cool.
Let me ask one other question, since I like Love Letter and I actually like Lost Legacy even better. Are there plans for any of the extras? I know there's a lot more expansions coming out in Japan.
There are, and we are going to bring out more of the Lost Legacy expansions as well. Absolutely.
Nice.
And like I said, if you're coming to Gen Con this year, you can meet Seiji. We'll have him there at our booth. He's coming over to visit, and come over and get him to sign your games.
Very cool. Yeah, I for one, am very excited about the next one, because I know one of those two was sort of hard to get in the original. It was not one of the dual package.
It was a promo.
ones.
It was almost
There
like a
you
promo
go.
release at the game markets and stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Very excited about
So
that.
we're gonna bring those over too.
Thank you so much,
Hey,
sir.
thank
Good
you. I
talking to
appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, you bet.
Have a good one.
All right. There you go.
Yep.
Don't let Jason hang on to
Yeah,
that.
forget about
Walk
it.
off with it.
All right.
And let's head back to
There you
Sam.
go. All right. Have a good one.
See you later.
You got it. Don't forget to do that tweet. It should still be set up for the paste.
Are you ready, Sam?
Yep, we're ready to go.
I'm rolling.
Rolling? Okay, I'm going to do a quick clap just for audio sync. All right, hey guys, welcome back to our GAMA 2016 coverage from Las Vegas, and here I have Roberto from R&R Games.
Hello.
So thank you for joining us.
Thank you
Appreciate
for
it.
inviting us.
And you have a few games here that are coming out this year for
Yeah.
R&R Games, and we have Dungeon Time here. So tell us about
so
that.
this is the first one, yeah. Dungeon Time is a game by Carlo Rossi, which is a designer mostly known for more German-style, Eurogame style games. So this is a little bit of a diversion for the designer as well as for ours as a company.
Right.
You know, we are normally more associated to big, heavy thematic games like
Right.
War of the Ring, but we are trying trying to expand our catalog with games which are a little bit lighter, a little bit more on the fun, easy side, and this is definitely one of them. Still, we like thematic games, so we like Dungeon Time because it's a very fast and frenetic cooperative game. You can actually play one game round in 5 minutes time, so it's
a
really
5-minute
when I
timer
say it's
there?
fast, it's really fast.
We're going to use that for this interview. Actually.
Yeah, probably we can.
Time's running out.
Yeah. But anyway, so when the send timer starts, then players have to start playing cards from their hand. There is no player order, so it's all very chaotic in a way.
Right.
And what your purpose is you want to achieve missions. So you have various kind of missions in the various degrees of difficulties, from the easier one to more difficult ones, which are shuffled in the deck at the beginning of the game. And in the deck, you also get various kind of different items, like swords, bows, torches, whatever.
So the missions, the harder they are, the more icons they'll have on here, the easier, the less.
Yes, the more items you need to complete them. So you start calling the other friends for the items that you need to complete the missions that you have in your hand. So, for example, I need a bow and I need the keys to complete the unusual assault mission.
Right.
And the other players now look at their hand and try to play down some of the cards that you have asked them for. In no particular order, you play card on the deck and you draw from the draw deck. But the other players in the meantime will also start to call the items they need, because time is running short, so you cannot wait too much. So for example, now you can also be asking to the other players, I need the herbs, I need the magic book, and I need another set of herbs to do my mission. And then another player might be playing a set of herbs on the stack. So you must use a little bit of memory, a little bit of speed, a little bit of trying to guess what might be needed next in order to fulfill the next mission.
So these cards are played in front of the person who is playing them, not necessarily the person who's asking for them?
Just in one pile,
Just
in
out
between,
there.
in between all the players. So you just create one stack of items. When you see that all the items that you needed for a mission have been played, you can play the mission on the stack. Okay, and then so you go on like this, playing items and missions when you think the item is there.
You can't look through this.
You cannot look.
You can?
No, you cannot.
You
You cannot. So there's a little bit of a memory element. Of course, if you had all the time of the war, then you could think, now it was this and that, but you are running
Only
against
5
the
minutes.
clock, so it's very fast.
About 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, and so you go through the deck like this. We haven't gone through a lot of the deck right now. And when everything has been done and played, then you start to roll out the deck and see what really happened. It's sort of, in a way, if you want a sort of super simplified space alert. You play the game, and then only at the end of the game you realize what really happened. So you start to roll out the items and say, okay, there's the bow, there's the herbs, and there's a mission. Do I have the right items to achieve the missions? No. So the mission is lost.
Not complete.
It is not completed. If you had the right items, then those items would be discarded and the mission is completed. Why it is important to discard the items? Because too many items in your backpacks will break your shoulders. And so essentially, if you play too many items out there which are not used up for the missions, you will go bust and lose the game.
Gotcha.
If you achieve enough missions, normally 8 missions out of 12, then you win the game and you level up. So there's actually a level up concept because the missions are of increasing difficulty. So normally you start playing with only the simplest kind of mission, and as you level up, you get into the deck the most difficult kind of mission.
So one game is just one round of this, or is it multiple rounds?
Yeah,
of this?
one game can be just one round, so you can play just one game in like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 5 minutes to play, plus 5 to 10 minutes for the rollout of the deck, or you can play sort of a mini campaign in a way, trying to level up and to get up to the maximum level.
That's neat. All right, what else have you got? We'll move these over
Yes,
here.
we do got some other games which are our next releases. This is also another card game. This is a cooperation with iGames, which is the company behind Mysterium. It's an Ukrainian company. This is a quite different kind of game from Mysterium. It's very light.
Behind the Throne.
Behind the Throne, yes. The concept is a game about various kind of special characters which you are trying to control and to get their power in order to influence the board and to influence the other players. There are 9 different type of characters. So they're all ranked 1 to 9. The rank is important in various ways.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that's
okay. Here they are, and so the core mechanic of the game is a push your luck mechanic. So you're just going in each round. You are drawing cards, and you can continue to draw until either you decide to stop and to collect the cards that you draw, or you go bust. You go bust if you draw a card which is higher than the previous one. So a 5, okay, I risk I draw 2 now, I should stop really because the possibility of drawing something which is higher than a 2 is very high. So now I collect these cards.
Okay.
Only the player who has the most of a kind of cards control the power of those cards. So every card has a specific power. The lower level cards, they actually have the best powers because the level here is also the number of victory points that you gather at the end of the game. So you have to balance out because you want to have the low cards for their good powers, but those cards essentially will give you a very low victory point score at the end of the game, and you can only have 5 different kind of characters in front of you.
Okay.
So you have to balance out between the low level characters which give you good powers or the high level characters which are powers which sometimes actually are hindrances to the players. So for example, the queen and the king, they actually give handicaps to the player rather than powers, but they give you a lot of victory points.
Right.
So as you go through the game, you have to find the characters which give you the good powers to influence the game and to influence the other players, while at the same time go to the end of the game with the characters which give you the most victory points in hand. So it's very easy to play, but it's very subtle. You know, there is a quite interesting element of a strategy.
Okay, cool. Alrighty, and see, that was Behind the Throne. So what's next?
Okay, Behind the Throne is also going to be a summer release for us, just like
summer release.
Yes, all the games that we see here are going to be released between the early summer and late summer to early fall, so more or less in the order that we are looking at them.
All right, cool.
Last Friday, this is also a very interesting game, also because it's a new cooperation with an Italian studio, Eclipse, which is a studio which is specialized in horror-themed games, and now we are launching their first 2 games, which are Last Friday and Stay Away, which was actually their first game, but which will come to the US market a little later than this.
Okay.
Last Friday is a new entry in the hidden movement genre, like so in the family of Scotland Yard and all its followers.
Okay.
And as you can imagine from the cover and the title is a little inspired by slasher movies.
Yeah, slasher movies, right.
And this gives a very interesting twist on how the game plays. Probably I don't know if the board fits on camera because it's very big. We can just open a little bit of it. Yes. So you see it's familiar pattern of small dots and numbers that represent the locations where the
Scotland Yard
Scotland Yard style. And so there is one character, which is the slasher, the maniac, which is moving and planning his move behind the screen. So this is a very clever system so that you don't need a bunch of sheets. You can just include the track your moves right here.
Gotcha.
And you have a reference of the board on the inside of the screen.
Okay.
So what's the twist here? So why this is more interesting than predecessor in the genre?
Right.
Because normally in all games in this category, from Scotland Yard onward, you are chasing a guy which is hiding, and essentially you are trying to figure out where he is and capture him. Here is essentially the opposite situation, because the slasher is moving hiddenly, and you want to figure out where he is, but because you don't want to be killed. So the feeling is very different, because in a game like Scotland Yard, you are really chasing the guy and he's trying to flee, and if you get him, I got you. Here, you try to deduce where the slasher might be, and when you realize
Stay away from him.
Yes, when you realize where he is, and you realize that he must be maybe just
right behind you, right.
your
Yeah,
back,
gotcha.
and then there's quite a different kind of thrill that we're just chasing a fugitive. Then things reverse. It's scenario based, so you can play one single game, or you can play sort of a mini campaign, just like following a familiar pattern in these kind of movies. So in the beginning is the slasher, which is out for the campers. Then the dawn rises and the campers get brave, and they want to find the guy who was killing their friends.
Right.
And so the role reverse, and we have a more traditional situation where the campers are looking for the maniac. And if they manage to get him and kill him, it's not over yet. These kind of characters do not die easily.
True.
And so there's the third scenario where the maniac is coming back, and he wants revenge and try to kill the character who killed him.
Gotcha.
So it's this kind of reversal of roles, and it's very thematic, very true to the setting,
the genre.
the genre that is part in it.
Cool.
And these same design teams also working on another game, which is a Stay Away. This was launched through Kickstarter last year, but never got really any distribution to the American market. And so we took the game for distribution here. And the game is also based and inspired by another popular situation, the Thing. Here, it's a hidden identities card game. One of the players will be the Thing, while all the other players are humans. The humans are trying to understand where the Thing is, who the Thing is, while the Thing is trying to infect all the humans, or to make sure they die, maybe because the other people mistake them for the Thing and kill them. And the identity system works very nicely, because you have this situation where the infection slowly spreads, and of course everybody who was infected may become suspect.
So that's kind of a time element?
Yes, there's a time element, because of course unless you find the Thing soon enough and use your flamethrower, yes, everybody's going to be infected. And of course you have various kind of elements. There are essentially two kind of different cards. There are Stay Away cards, which you handle from your hand and give you powers and abilities of various kind, and including especially the ability to look to other players' cards to try to guess what their identity is. And Panic card actually are cards that when you draw them, you are forced to play them. There's a lot of the interaction is with the player who's your neighbor. Every turn you are drawing one card, playing one card, either mandatory card because it's Panic, or one card that you choose because it's a Stay Away card. And you are also trading a card with a neighbor. So that's how the infection spread. In order to create a situation which is a little bit more fluid, more dynamic, there are actually cards which get you to swap places around the table. So this is also a physical element of players getting around the table. Yes, so sometimes you think, okay, I got you, I think who you are, I now just need one more clue about you, and then players move around and their player escapes.
So what's the timetable on this one? You said it already went through Kickstarter.
Yes, we actually have a small number of copies of the first edition that we will distribute with second edition rules at Origins and Gen Con to get the game known, and then the game will release after the summer, September, October.
All right, cool. Well, thank you very much, Roberto, for coming on. I appreciate it very much. And thank you guys for joining. You've been watching the Dice Tower coverage of GAMA 2016 in Las Vegas. See you on the flip side, folks. All right, and you're going to go right over here with Z and field some questions from the internet.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. We'll back this up for you.
And as soon as he gets up, bring you around the left.
Oh, let's get Roberto's mic off, and we'll bring you around to that seat.
Yeah, let's take that off, and we'll take it back over there. I'll tell Jason to take it back over there. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, or you can take it. Yeah, that's okay. Thank you, Roberto.
And we're going to bring Roberto in. We have a whole bunch of questions from.
Yeah, come around. Have a seat over here for me.
There I am.
Hi, Roberto. I'm Zeke. Good
Ciao.
to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Jason.
Ciao.
How are you?
We have just a few questions here
Okay.
from the internet. They wanted to just do a couple of follow-up questions, so we'll just knock these out real quick, okay?
Okay.
So first thing, people are asking, what is the status of Sword and Sorcery? When are you thinking it might get out there?
Okay, the works is progressing well. Of course, it's a complex project, so it's never over until it's over. But what our goal is to have all the files ready for production by the end of May.
Okay.
This would leave us enough time for production and shipping, so that we are on time on the delivery date of the Kickstarter.
What is that?
The delivery date is October. Planned delivery date is October, and I think today we can say that we're still on track to fulfill that date. We are well ahead of all the plastic production, so plastic production is done. We are essentially finished with all the core set material, and the design team is at work on mostly on the scenarios for the expansion. So I think overall we are on track to deliver.
Good. A follow-up question here. When will the War of the Ring 2 Collector's Edition be delivered? Is another similar question?
Similar question, yes, because actually, as we recently announced, we were supposed to deliver this spring, April, May, but we have seen for various components which had trouble during the pre-production phases that it wasn't possible to complete the game by that date. So now we have looked at what's left to do and what's the time required to that, and we think a realistic delivery date is September this year.
Speaking of the anniversary edition, I know there's a whole bunch of questions about it. One is, have you made a decision yet about will you release the book separately for people who have the collector's edition and the map?
We want to, and we will. The only reason why we haven't solicited orders on that yet is we want to be a little closer to delivery to have a good assessment of the shipping cost, because as these are items, normally on most of our big projects like Kickstarters or have an anniversary release themselves, so we normally can just give a low estimate on the shipping charges, and because the price of the product allows us to subsidize a part of the shipping cost. With a lower cost item like a book or board, we really need to have a precise assessment of the shipping cost, and so we want to be safe about size and weight and freight charges at the time that we ship before we can solicit orders.
But those who do have the first edition, as you just heard, if you have the first edition, collector's edition, the big booklet version with the giant wooden box, you will be able to get the books and the gold-plated map. You will be able to get those and purchase them separately, so you don't have to re-buy the anniversary edition if you have the first one. I know everyone's been asking about that. A lot of people ask about the Battle of the Five Armies also. Do you plan to do a big version of that?
We do, and we are actually already actively at work on that. But we don't want to overdo, asking money before we deliver. So we definitely are not going to launch pre-orders on this item before we deliver the anniversary edition.
And one last question about big editions of the game. Warriors of Middle-earth, do you have plans for that one as well?
Yes, definitely, yes. As we want to make sure that players who get the anniversary release also have a similar quality item for the expansion that we are releasing going forward.
A couple of questions about last Friday, actually.
Okay.
Folks wanted to know, do the campers in the game Do they have special abilities that you can use during the game?
Yes, there is a little special ability associated to each camper. There are two elements. One of them is that there are several kind of special action tokens in the game, and each of these special tokens give you one little bonus action. Say, for example, the sneakers, which allow you to do one extra move, or the shovel, which allows you to bury a corpse so that you are not scared by the corpse lying around, those kind of things. And so each camper is differentiated because of normally all of them start with one specific item, and they also have one special ability which is also normally associated with the use of a token. So for example, one camper may be a good runner, so if you use the sneakers, instead of gaining one extra move, he gains 2 extra moves. So it's all small elements, but give a little bit of character to each of the characters in the game.
Let me ask you, people wanted to know, at the end of the game, how do the campers win? What is the win condition?
Essentially, at the end of the game, the win condition is to kill the maniac and avoid that when he comes back, essentially he kills the predestined character, the one which killed him in the second phase. So you can play each scenario, and each scenario you will have a sort of ranking in survival point against terror point. So if you want to play just one of the 4 scenarios, you can just look at that score, essentially, and see who's winning the scenario. If you play the whole campaign, essentially in the first scenario, it's the maniac trying to kill all the campers, and the campers trying to survive. It might end with a maniac victory, but it's very rare. Normally the first scenario will end up with the maniac killing some of the campers while other campers survive. Then in the second scenario, you are trying to kill the maniac, but in fact you are not killing him forever. He won't stay dead so easily.
He's got to come back.
Yeah, and so in the third scenario, it will be possible again for the campers to win if they avoid the maniac to kill the predestined character.
Got it. Now, this is probably very early to be asking you this, but people are excited about the game, and you're talking about scenarios. Is there any plans for possible expansions for the game?
I think there's some expansion potential, has not really been properly planned yet, but I think there is some expansion potential. Of course, the kind of movies which inspired this game, are famous for being able to go on and on forever. I don't see why the game couldn't do the same.
There you go. Absolutely, Roberto.
Okay.
Thank you. Good
Thank
talking
you.
to you.
It's
a
pleasure. Thanks a lot.
And now let's pass it back over to Sam with Frank from R&R. Let's spin this camera around, and while we're over here, we're gonna go out on a limb and say rhubarb and radish.
That is incorrect, sir.
Rhubarb and
But a good guess, nonetheless.
So no one still has guessed what R&R. Are you ready, sir?
I'm ready.
Yeah,
I'm always ready.
Whenever we are.
I'm doing work as I stand here. Come on. This is real life here.
All right, I'm going to do a clap for audio syncing, but then we'll get started.
All right.
Hey folks, welcome back to our coverage of the 2016 GAMA Trade Show in Las Vegas, and here I am with Frank from R&R Games.
Nice to be
Thank
here.
you for joining us.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. And you've got some games here to show us, so
I do.
What you got?
All right, I'm going to start you off with a lightning fast one called Swipe Out.
Lightning fast.
Lightning fast, okay. So as you can see here, we have some boards set up with us. It plays up to 4. We're going to play it in 2 right now.
Okay.
We have a board with these chips on it,
Mm-hmm.
okay? The object of the game is we're going to flip one of these cards, and you're going to see a pattern on the other side,
Mm-hmm.
and you're going to make your board match it exactly, and then you grab the duck. Whoever grabs the duck first, obviously, will be the winner if they have the correct pattern. Are you ready, sir?
It squeaks.
You ready?
Okay, yes, let's
All right,
go.
here we go.
Let's
Swipe out.
Swipe out. So...
I never win this game, so you have an advantage.
With me?
Yeah! Wait, that's wrong.
How
is
is it
so
wrong? How is
You
it
have this
wrong?
extra piece.
Okay, so...
Look at this. But this, look at this. Look at this.
I did it.
I have it right.
No, I didn't do it right. There.
So you would have lost that one.
Yes, I would have lost.
So cool of you to let me win.
Ah, you're
But-
welcome.
So that's swipe out. And very simply, you basically are trying to, if you win the card, you keep it. You get 3 cards, 5 cards, you win the game.
Cool.
Very
That's
simple,
really
very
awesome.
fast, and all the cards are double-sided, so you have a lot to play with.
Not a game that I am good at.
No, neither am I.
But
lot of
it
fun,
is a cool
nonetheless.
idea. Yeah.
Swipe out.
I just scoop it over and we'll get to the next one.
There you go. Moving on to another quick game. Oops. Gotta love the duck, right?
I love the duck.
We're gonna have pickle letter. Pickle letter.
So what's the deal with this one?
Just deal with it. There we go. So all you have to do is open this cool jar, and we're gonna dump it out like that. Then you start the game. So what we have to do is we have to find matches, and as you find a match of 2 letters that are equal, you basically call it out, like N and N. So I take the 2 N's, and we just keep going.
Z and Z.
I, H,
C and C.
And you're supposed to use one hand, apparently.
I'm
I
sorry.
was about to cheat there.
I think
but
I am
E,
using one hand.
P. There's a lot of matches we have to work with here. X. And you're
A.
scoring points for all these letters that you're picking up, but you don't want to pick up pickles. And there's going to be a point where we decide there are no more matches. If we decide there are no more matches, you call out pickle. E. And whoever calls it out first will basically be the person who is at risk for no pickle.
For no pickle?
Yeah, and you don't want pickles. K.
R.
D.
Q.
Remember, if you think there's no more matches, we can call out pickle.
Pickle!
Nice try, though.
Oh,
I was setting you up
sorry.
there on that one.
Yeah, you
because there
did.
is 2 V's right here. Now, had you been correct with
sneaky.
the call of pickle, hey, well,
Yes,
you know,
okay.
I'm an expert at this game.
You're an expert.
What if you called it out correctly? I would have been forced to take a pickle.
Okay.
Pickles are minus 3 points at the end of the game.
Okay.
However, because I found this extra pair, I keep that pair.
I get the pickle. I
Now,
like
of course,
pickles.
if we have more people playing, they would have all got a pickle if you had been correct.
Okay.
But again, if you're wrong, you're the only one that gets.
I'm the only one that gets the pickle.
You get 4 of these pickles, you're out of the game.
Okay.
Okay. But that's pretty much it. Now we would flip over 10 more. All right. So we'd have more to go with, and we started over again.
So you would put these back into the box?
No, we just randomly flip over 10. Yeah, and then we start again. And then we keep going until all these have been matched, or we cannot make any more matches, at which point we count up all our score, point for each of these.
These are just
minus
with
3.
1 point
Exactly.
each. Okay. 1 point per tile?
Per
or
tile.
per pair?
Per tile.
Per tile. Okay.
2 points per pair. So,
That's cool.
yeah. Very simple, very fast, very
This
easy.
would be good for my son. He's learning letters
Exactly.
right now.
Yeah.
That's
But
cool.
it's fun for adults too.
Yeah,
Just
absolutely.
as easily. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
All right. That's
Super
pickle
cool.
letter.
All right. We won't dump them all back in right now. Just
Let's throw
scoop them
these
over.
There you go. Moving up. All right. Next,
Moving on.
I'm going to show you a quick view of Spellcaster Potions. This is an expansion to our fun Spellcaster game.
Okay.
So if you're familiar with Spellcaster, this will be very easy. Basically, this adds 20 new cards to the game. Okay, so we just have kind of a prototype here.
Okay.
But these are similar cards to whatever in the game. They're new spells, basically, in the same 4 categories. However, it also comes with little potions. What you see here are just quick tokens that we threw in the game to represent the potions, but they're actually going to be crystals like what's in the original game that will represent the potion bottles. And in order to use this, you simply take out 20 random cards from your deck, you insert these 20 and shuffle them together, and then everybody has these potions to gather during the game using these spells.
All right.
And basically some of these spells create the potions, some of them ask for the potions to be used, and so it just adds a whole new twist to the whole game by adding all these different cards.
Yeah. All right. So it doesn't really change
And it's
anything about the game. Just adds a little bit of spice.
It adds a whole new angle, basically, because the potions require potions.
Gotcha.
A lot of the spells require the potions, and you have to gather those potions.
Okay.
So it's just another twist on the same game.
Okay. All right. So that was Spellcaster's Potions. All right. And then you got Showdown
Last
over
but
there.
not least, we have Showdown. This is a party game. And what you're going to have is a board. The Showdown board looks like that. And we have
wait,
some
I
cards. Bringing up the duck. And we got these tokens. Okay, so the way the game is played, there's a lot more cards in this. This is, again, just a sample portion. But what you're going to have is a challenge or two. So you're going to see a challenge that shows up here and a challenge that shows up here. And for this one, we have best dressed and unluckiest. Okay. So we are going to vote, and we have some cards in our hand that are people who are the contenders. And the contenders are all different people. I mean, they're the Lorax, Clifford the Big Red Dog, Dorothy, Little Red Riding Hood, etc., etc.
Okay.
You only have a portion of these, maybe 4 or 5 in your
Right.
hand, and I have some, and he has some, and so forth. And what we're going to do is try and think which category would be best for the contenders that we have in our hand. Okay. So we vote, and we all have these little voting chips that are basically orange on one side, blue on the other. And we just hold it down like this, reveal. And the majority, this will be a blue box, this will be an orange box. We never finished this part.
Gotcha. Yeah,
You know, sort of as you see here, it has the outline of the blue and the outline of the orange.
Right.
But at any rate, one of these will be chosen. Let's say it was unluckiest, okay? So this goes away, it's gone.
Right.
So now what we do is we all are going to place in here, face down, some people that we, let's say we're playing with 5 people. So we have 5 contenders in here, and then you get 5 more that you can put into the B box, okay? So what's going to happen is we're going to take all of these contenders, these are the top contenders, okay? And then we're going to get some of the B contenders, and we're going to shuffle them. And we're just going to add to here, we need 3 more. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
These 2 go out. They don't get in. So some people, 3 people, have 2 contenders. The rest of us only have 1.
Gotcha.
You, for example, this is your contender. It's the only one you got in there.
Gotcha.
Right? So you are very interested when this guy comes out because he's going to be the one that you want to win. So now we just put them in order. Mr. Rogers is going up against Clifford the Big Red Dog. Babe is going up against Little Red Riding Hood. Dorothy is going up against Kermit the Frog. And finally, we have the Lorax against Snoopy, Crishy Red Baron. Okay, so we're going to start at number 1, go through number 2, number 3, number 4. But before we do that, we are going to place our bets. So we all have these little tokens that have the numbers on them. And everyone has their own color, so I might have the blue, you might have the white, and so forth. And what we're going to do is place some bets on who we think the number, and these are going to be basically numbered. You can't see them on here because
Okay.
we didn't
So
put them
who's
on
going to
yet.
be semifinalist?
Who's going to semifinals, who's going to be the final, and who will be the champion.
Okay.
And I would do the same, basically. I would
Right.
just basically randomly put mine on there. I'm not randomly doing it, but I'm betting on who I think will get to those. Okay? At this point, we start with the first one. So we all have these betting tokens, and we are going to do a bet.
Voting token?
A voting token. Yeah.
Okay.
We're going to vote on who is going to win, who is the most unluckiest between Mr. Rogers and Clifford the Big Red Dog. This is a no-brainer, obviously. So this is the blue, this is the orange. Just out of curiosity, you get a voting token. Let's just vote, and we'll do a random vote for the third guy here.
So if I want Clifford the Big Red Dog,
It's blue.
do
Right.
my blue side.
Exactly.
Okay.
So who is the most unluckiest? Are you ready?
Yes.
All right, there we go. There's the vote. Okay, so look, we had 2 for the blue, 1 for the orange, so he's out.
Okay.
He fails. He's going to advance, which immediately is going to score here once we find out who the finalists are.
Okay.
So once we have all the finalists, we will score this one.
Interesting.
All right, and there's a little scoreboard on the side.
So this is like a bracket.
It's a bracket, exactly. Now, there is one thing that we didn't say, and that is because I don't have the piece, but there's a little fist in the game, okay? This is called the POW token. Whoever starts with the POW token.
POW token?
The POW
As
token.
like POW?
Exactly. They can actually.
I like it.
They can actually basically throw that POW in there and say, no, I'm going to break a tie. So if, for example, there was a 4th bid here, and it ended up like this, the guy with the POW token says, well, boom, I'm gonna break that tie.
So his Huckleberry's going through.
He's gonna pick which one is the winner.
Gotcha.
Okay, and then he passes the POW token to the left. So it's gonna
All right.
move around as
Whenever
people.
you- multiple chances. Yeah,
Exactly.
gotcha.
This is the whole game. You're basically just trying to see who wins each different one as they move and advance. We score that particular one and move along the scoreboard.
Gotcha.
As these move up to the final, we score the final. Then we score for the champion. The difference is you will get points if your contender also reaches to the champion.
Okay.
So if Babe was yours, you would have got to. Was Babe yours?
No.
It wasn't mine either. So
It was.
we both lost that one.
You
But it-
already put him away. It was Mr. Rogers.
Oh, really? Mr.
Yes.
Rogers, oh, he failed. Oh,
He was very
bad
unlucky.
choice.
Very
Sorry,
unlucky.
I'm really sorry. Anyway, that's Showdown. Very simple. A lot of laughs, a lot of cool characters in the game, and really funny challenges.
Okay, so what's your time frame on this one?
This is all of these are coming out in the next 2 months, basically.
In the next 2 months, all of the ones that you've showed us
All
will
the
be
ones
up.
that you've seen here, they're all
Okay.
going into production right now.
All right, and you're going to be at most of the major conventions this year, I'd imagine?
Every one of them. We'll
Yeah,
be at
you're gonna be
Origins,
there.
we'll be at Dice Tower, we'll be at Gen Con.
Cool.
You name it, we're there.
All right. Well, thank you, Frank. Appreciate
Absolutely.
it. Thanks for joining us.
No problem.
And thank you guys for joining us as well. We'll see you on the flip side, folks. All righty.
Except for the
Good enough for you?
which is still on.
Was that good enough for you?
Except for the what?
The internet mic, which is still on.
Oh, I did.
Oh,
have
yeah,
that.
it's still
Look at
on.
that.
Oh, you.
I did have the scoreboard. It was just upside down.
Okay, let's, we'll bring Frank over here to our table, and we have some questions as well. And I don't know if you guys realized what I was doing. I know Tom talks about it a bunch, but R&R has a contest, and it's a decently big prize. Maybe we'll ask Frank about what the prize is, but if you can guess what the R&R stands for, you are going to win a lot of stuff, a lot of R&R games. I don't know what else. I don't know what the prize is, but we've been told it gets bigger and bigger each year. So,
All right.
Raisins and Roosters.
Hey, Frank.
It is not raisins and roosters here.
I've
Good to see you,
been
my
telling
friend.
everyone about the contest.
I'm good.
No. So we'll
Alrighty, so we got a couple of quick fire questions here for you.
Okay.
And we will let you go.
All right.
Alrighty. Will there be international shipments, specifically someone from the UK wanted to know about that for the games you just showed off there? So
Absolutely. I
something
mean,
that,
we have international distributors overseas in Europe. So
Same
once-
time frame, also a few months.
Yeah, basically they'll probably get a little bit later because it first hits our warehouse and then goes out to them. But
Gotcha.
absolutely, it will be going overseas as well.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I want to know about the distribution availability for Swipeout, for Showdown.
I mean, as soon as they hit our warehouse, then they almost immediately go out to the distributors.
Okay, sounds good. Someone wanted to know about the game you were just showing off, the Showdown game.
Yep.
If the contenders are going to have pictures or just the text?
It's just the text. Yeah.
And I assume that is some sort of legal reason for that. I mean,
Yeah,
you can't have.
it was actually more of a speed reason because we wanted to put the game out and
Okay.
to wait to make all the little designations for each one was just too time consuming.
Gotcha.
It also took up too much room on the card, so we decided just to go straight with the text.
Okay.
It was faster, it was easier, and it really, you don't really need it for the flavor of the game.
Okay, okay. As far as MSRPs, I'm not sure if Sam asked you, what are the MSRPs for
The
these?
Spellcaster Potions is, I believe, $10.
Okay.
Pickle Letter is, I think all three of these are $19.99.
$19.99. Okay.
Pickle Letter might be a little bit less. Depends on the price of the pickles, but
And we gotta take a look at what these pickles are made out of because Sam was
they're plastic.
having too much
Don't
fun
eat
with them.
and give us a squeaky duck.
Here you go.
The squeaky duck.
Show those off. Yeah, these are
Squeaky duck
very
is awesome.
these are very detailed actually.
They're very detailed.
Very cool. Yeah, the duck is going away
Are they
now.
gherkins?
They are gherkins.
Throw the duck. Throw the duck. We're done with the squeaking.
Oh, I need
You're
that.
welcome,
I need
Internet.
that duck. Pass me the duck.
Who's done with the squeaking now, pal?
Sam.
That's Sam Healy. Email him at samhealy at. Alrighty. Obviously, your games are pretty self-explanatory. There wasn't a whole lot of questions. I did want to ask you one fun question, though. Your games tend to have a lot of fun components. The pickles, this duck, stuff like that.
Sure.
I wanted to ask you personally, what's been your favorite sort of strange component that you've had in one of your own games?
When you say one of my own games, you mean just the
Something
art?
you've put out
Okay.
that's got one
Without
of these
a doubt,
components.
it's
What's been the one that
The Smarty
you...
Party pants.
The Smarty Party
Yeah, the
pants.
right? Because everyone always wants to take
go
the
like
pants.
this.
Oh,
and you
I
put 'em
make
in your
them dance.
You
I
put them
always
on
make
your
them
fingers,
dance.
you dance around with them. It's
Right.
awesome.
That's a great answer, Frank.
Thank you.
Good talking to you, my
Yeah,
friend.
absolutely.
And before we go,
All right.
let's go quickly through. We got a bunch of R&Rs. Let's see.
Oh,
if
we're
any
going
of them
for the
hit it.
guesses here?
We're going for the guesses.
Oh, boy.
Let's see
Someday
if-
you will regret that.
Someday.
We've got rest and relaxation.
Oh, that's
the,
a common one.
that
Yeah.
First ever.
That may be the second most common answer.
Rest and R&R. Real Rumpelstiltskin.
No.
Let's see what else we've got. Revenge and Redemption.
Oh no.
Rock and Roll.
Z sounds a lot like Kermit today.
Richard
Out
and
of
Robert.
curiosity, who said that previous one?
Rock and Roll.
No, before that.
Revenge and Redemption. Willie
That's
Loomis.
what someone
Really,
felt the need
Loomis,
to
wow,
say. I
okay.
don't know.
Rock and Roll, Richard and Robert, Rest and Relieve, Riddles and Riches.
And that is the most common answer right there.
Oh, which one? Riddles and Riches. Rubber and Rudolph. Yep. Riddles and Riches again. There you go.
There it is right there.
Actually, someone asked a question. Has both of the words been guessed by someone but never together, or has only one of the words been guessed?
The answer is no. The answer is no.
Nice.
Nice.
That's all I can tell you about that.
There you go. That's
Remove
it.
and replace.
Nope.
Rhyme and reason.
No, another common one, rhyme and reason.
Someone asked, the last question before we toss it back to Cool Mini or Not was, do both words start with an R?
I cannot tell you that.
Ooh.
I will tell you though that Tom Basil was one of the people that got one of the extra clues he achieved through what he found, and I think to this day he doesn't remember it.
That's because he guesses 1,000 times already.
It doesn't really help that he just
He
fires every possible.
He did get a very nice clue, but unfortunately, I don't think he remembers it.
Probably not, because it's Tom.
And I think only a handful of people have achieved that clue. So.
Cool. Well,
So good luck.
It's always a
there you
pleasure
go.
having you.
Absolutely.
And
My pleasure.
We love, as you know, we love Time's Up, and we love playing it live.
Have you seen the new Time's Up limited edition?
No.
I forgot to bring that. It's a small little limited edition version we have with, I think, 120 new cards. Excellent little balanced game. You can play the game just from that.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Small little package.
Small little package about the size of this.
What's the MSRP on that?
It's like $6.99, $7.99.
Great. So it's like, hey, here's a quick.
It's a quick
throw it in your
introduction
pocket and
with all current stuff in it.
Very cool. Very
Yep. We'll
Cool.
be playing
Thanks,
that on
Frank.
probably our next live 24-hour thing, I have a feeling.
There you go.
So
yeah, come by the booth. I'll
yes.
give you a copy.
Sounds great. We'll see you.
All right.
Thanks, man.
Let's go back over to Cool Mini or Not to see all their non-Eric Lang games this time.
See you guys. See you, man.
So they always flat on the table,
Yeah, that
facing
would be better.
that way.
That's correct.
Okay.
Be better.
Alright. Rolling here as well.
Rolling here, and we're ready. I'm just going to give a brief clap for audio. All right, here we go. Hey folks, welcome back to our coverage of the 2016 GAMA Trade Show in Las Vegas. I'm here with Thiago from Cool Mini or Not.
Yes.
Thanks for coming by.
Thank you
And
for
you've
having
got not all of the non-Eric Lang games, but he has a good number of them, so let's get to it.
just as much as I could carry over here. So tell me when to stop. I have a pile
No,
here
let's-
waiting for us, and we'll just go through them.
If you're waiting on me, you're wasting time.
All right, let's go
Let's
for
go.
it. So first off, I have Kekido Bot Battles. This is a brand new title developed by some Brazilian designers, and we've just given it the full CMON treatment, still in production. And I did bring here, one of the cool things about this thing is, this is a robot battles game. Like, you know, like the beginning of Big Hero 6?
Yeah.
You have all those little fighting robots,
Right.
so you're remote controlling your robot. And we are going for pre-painted figures like this.
Really?
Yeah, kind of like Crossmaster style.
Okay.
So out of the box you bring your
Angle
robot.
these down for just a little bit
Oh,
so
okay.
that people on the up top can see.
There you go.
That is amazing.
Yeah, and they all look very different. So it's an arena game where you each pick your robot and you're remote controlling it in a death match. So basically you have a small arena, 9 tiles, and each tile has a different strategic advantage. So maybe it's a defensive tile, or it hurts your enemy, or it recharges you. So you're moving around trying to gain your advantage, and you're rolling action dice, trying to get combos to activate your robot's abilities.
Okay.
So you're kind of doing like doing little combinations of controls.
Right.
Rolling, re-rolling, Yahtzee style. And when you go for a combination, you decide whether you want to go for the more powerful, harder to get combination, and if you fail, you get some damage or something, some drawback, or you can just go for the safe, weaker attack and all that.
Right.
But it has a very nice catch-up mechanic where, as you take damage, you can use your damage tokens to activate extra abilities in your robot. So the closer you are to defeat, the stronger you are.
Okay.
So it's
Wow.
like robots going crazy as they get punched down and torn to pieces, and it's just fun mayhem with some good strategy and just rolling the dice and trying for your luck and pushing your luck with the rolls.
Okay. So there's no really programming or anything like that going on?
It's not
Just the
programming.
rolling of the dice?
It's like action dice allocation, trying to go for the strongest possible combo you want to risk going for, and just crushing your opponents.
That's
So
cool.
it will come with 6. There's 1 missing here. There will be 6 in the core box.
Okay.
It's a very neat game. We're really happy with the whole package, how it's coming out.
That sounds really interesting. All right, cool. And so what's your time frame on this?
This I'm not too sure about it because we're still looking into the whole production of pre-painted and all that. So we are shooting for sometime this year, but I don't want to say it's anything closer than end of the year. But that depends on the all production issues that we're still sorting.
By the end of the year, hopefully.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's Gekido Bot Battles.
Cool beans.
One down.
One down. Next up.
Next up, we have a very light
suspects.
Yes. This is a rather light, fun party-style game where basically you have a culprit, and one of the players, it's a cooperative game, so one of the players knows who the culprit is, and we basically line up a row of suspects. So let's say we have some suspects and we line them up. And only one person knows who is the culprit. So basically what the other players will do is ask questions to that person. And basically, you know who is the culprit. So you know it's this guy over here.
Right.
No one else knows it.
Right.
So anyone will ask you, does he go to work by bicycle?
Definitely not.
So then we will eliminate who here we think goes to work on bicycle. So he looks pretty fit, so I don't think that's the guy. I think, who's more hippie, I think? Yeah, that's all I'm safe saying. So we'll just eliminate this one. This was a very safe thing, so we're not doing very well in the game. We're just eliminating one. We're trying to eliminate as many as possible, as quickly as possible. And if we eliminate the culprit, then we lose the game.
Right.
So we're basically narrowing down until we only have the culprit.
Based only on the information that you're getting from here.
You can only say, you don't even say yes or no. You just show a card, yes or no, and that's that.
Yeah.
And based on that, just judging a book by its cover, we need to narrow down to the culprit. So you can imagine you create some interesting kind of judgments of people.
Yeah, definite profile.
Yeah, it's not a very politically correct game, but it's a fun one.
Right.
I'd rather make a fun game.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and then basically what you're trying to do, so it's a cooperative game, so you're all trying to figure it out together, and you're trying to do it as few turns as possible.
Correct.
So the more you can eliminate in one question, the better, and you can also kind of play it competitively, having 2 of these games going out at the same time, and each team trying to be faster than the other one, trying to narrow down to the culprit without losing the game. And
now, we've already been playing this game for a while now, so what's your rollout for coming over to the market here? What's your time frame for?
This one is almost done. It should be Q2. It's just getting it produced. It's all finished.
Yeah, it's already finished.
Yeah, it's just printing and delivering, and that's that.
Very good. So Q2.
Yeah, that's
for
what
Unusual Suspects.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, cool.
And that's that.
Go ahead and get to the next one.
Okay. Cards. Las Vegas is very dry.
Yes, it is. I've been drinking water all day.
We have several small box games coming out. The first one you might know is the Grizzled we came out with last year.
Yes.
Huge success, everybody loves it. So we're going further into that small box, light, cheap games, but still very good games with no miniatures and none of that. It's just just cool games. First one is we have an expansion for the Grizzled. Still using original Tigner's artwork and all that, and it's just giving more variety and more life and more control for the base game. So you need the base game to play it. It's an expansion, cheaper than the base game, and basically what it contains, the main feature is missions. So it's at your orders. It's the name of the expansion, and what it gives you basically is missions. So one thing with Grizzled is it's a very hard game. So one thing that missions offer is that you can customize the difficulty of the game. So you have all these missions, and you have easy missions and medium missions and hard missions. So you can seed in as many of them as you want in terms of easy to hard to tune the game to your liking.
Okay.
And basically what it does is every round you go into battle, the first player draws 2 missions, and he chooses one, the other one goes on top, so it will be up for the next mission as well. So this will affect the next round. So basically it could be like a good thing. So for example, during this battle, during this mission, whistles don't lose the game. So you can have as many whistles out there and you won't lose. These are the easy ones. And it also kind of determines the minimum threat of the mission, how many cards you need to give out to everybody. You can do more, but they have a minimum. You have also some hard missions that are basically an overall trauma. So like the mission starts with 1 snow out already.
Gotcha.
So it's already harder. And there are some different things that kind of shift things around. You have to pass cards without looking, sorts of different effects that change up how you will tackle that mission.
Okay.
So that's the mission aspect. It adds all this variety, all these tricks and difficulties. It also introduces 2-player mode with a kind of a bot player, novice, that just plays automatically, and it can even play it solo now. So
Okay.
it has support tokens that you don't know what the content is, so you can just play it by yourself, trying to defeat the mission before you.
Okay.
And one very nice twist to it is that it comes with these standees for your guys. And at first when I saw that, I thought, oh, that's neat. It's very good to have more of the artwork on the table. But what does it do? The thing is, it actually helps because when you go into the mission, everybody goes on the mission,
Right.
and as you retreat, you go back out of the mission, and that means you know who's in there, and you easily hide the traumas that are no longer affecting that round.
Gotcha.
Because sometimes you don't know, okay, is this in the mission? Is that in the mission? With this, all you see is what is actually affecting the mission.
Gotcha.
Everything else is hidden.
Yeah,
and
that's cool.
it just looks very good. It adds to the feeling of the whole thing to have your guys out there and retreating and going back out there all together, or just
It adds to the aesthetics, but it's also functional.
It's also mechanically useful, and just like the last one standing there, it's kind of sad. So that is the Glizzled at your orders.
Okay.
And that's also coming very soon, already in production, should be Q2 as well.
Q2.
Yeah.
All right. Sounds good. All righty. What you got next?
Another small box game, original design by a couple Brazilian designers as well. Looters. Fun, wacky, cartoonish art, and it's basically a card game where you are all entering a dungeon and looting it. That's what you do.
Seems simple enough.
Yep, exactly. So what you're trying to get is coins, nice glittery coins. So
these are nice little sculpts.
yeah, these are actually these are Arcadia coins. We're going to have
Okay, gotcha.
proper coins for them. They're just designed for them. They're already done. I don't have just a lot of them.
Not yet.
So basically, what you're doing is you have a pile of looters, and you're going to be placing them, and they're going to be your guys who are going to loot the place. So basically, I'm putting down characters, and you're putting down characters as well. And these guys have their life, like 2 life or 1 life, and this is also their power. So on my turn, I can decide to use each of my guys to either go loot or attack all the other players. I can attack your mermaid with my Death Knight. So for example, he has...
Seems rude.
Well, it's not a very...
But it happens.
Not very knightly of it. But then I will roll as many life as he has, so the weaker he is, the closer to death he is, the weaker he is in terms of power in the game. And he has his difficulty there, so it's that number or below, so he's very hard to hit anything. If I hit you, you take a wound, and you may die, and you're out of the game, so that prevents you from using her on your turn.
Gotcha.
Or I can just go loot the place, so I roll the dice to get coins. Each success gives me a coin.
Okay.
And you're basically going for 10 coins or 15 coins, depending on the number of players. But the thing is, all characters have interactions with other characters, and so when they play, they do different things. So it's a lot of mayhem going on as the characters are placed down, and you're attacking each other, and just need to balance between trying to loot the place and trying to keep other people from getting too powerful, getting all their characters out and doing all that stuff.
And these special abilities down here are what going to help you do that?
Yeah, exactly. These are all going to do different twists. Like when I recruit this guy, I can force you to discard some cards.
Right.
Or like if I get combos like a witch and a frog, it does something different. So you don't want me to get that combo, so you better kill my witch before I get the frog. So all these kinds of card interactions. And very confrontational, very easy, light, quick game.
A mean game, not nice.
Well, it's nice to play.
Well, yeah. No, I'm talking about the interaction.
No, yeah, it's a very mean game. It's a lot of backstabbing, a lot of very confrontational. Right. You're just grabbing the loot and killing anybody around you that's stopping you from doing that.
Mean doesn't mean bad. It means fun.
Yeah. Mean means fun. That's an interesting way to put it.
Okay.
All right. And
Ooh, there's another big box over there.
We have plenty of big boxes and we have plenty of small boxes. My suitcase was full of boxes in here.
Scoot that off to the side there.
Yep.
Just put that big one right in the middle.
There we go. Next up, we have Masmora, Dungeons of Arcadia. So this was a Kickstarter we just wrapped up. Amazing success. We did not expect it to do as well as it did. And this is basically a dungeon crawl set in the Arcadia Quest universe. So, yeah, okay. So it does come with some miniatures, not a lot of them, but it does.
Stand them up too, because they're probably zooming in.
Ah, okay. So basically what you're doing here in this game is exploring a dungeon. And it's a competitive game. It can also be played cooperatively. So we have both modes there. It can even be played solo. And what you're doing is exploring a dungeon, trying to get be the first one to gather a set amount of XP. So the dungeon is revealed as you progress. So everybody starts in a tile, and then you decide to explore. You go to the next tile, and something will come up, and then you might go to another tile, and this tile has a monster. The monsters are represented as printed dice in this game. So you have two different levels of monsters. You have the minor monsters and the major monsters. And when you need to spawn one, you just roll a die, and there's a spider there. And this thing already tells you its attack strength, its defense strength, how much XP you get for killing it. So that's the monster, and you're going to try and attack it. Your actions are determined by action dice, which are these things here. So you go kind of Yahtzee style, roll some dice, decide what you want to keep, roll again, and this is what you have to do the stuff you want to do.
Only one reroll?
Yeah, only one reroll. Because the thing is, you have many options of what to do with this symbol, so two rerolls would lead to too much analysis paralysis, so we're just going with one. And then you're just going to find a way to deal with these things. So you get like melee symbols to attack that thing. If you use all range symbols, you get to kill it without it attacking you back. You can heal, you can walk more, and the neat thing is as your character evolves, you get to unlock new abilities. So you can use combos of these things to place on one of your abilities to trigger something else and get coins and do all kind of different things. So as you gain XP, you unlock new abilities, you get to do more stuff with your dice as you're exploring the dungeon and killing monsters and getting XP and all that fun stuff.
So when you roll a melee attack, is there then something you have to roll to do the attack, or does this count as one hit? That counts as one.
Yeah, this is the attack. So right now I have 2 hits. It has 4 defense. That won't be enough.
Right.
So I can maybe, like, if I have a magic symbol, I can use that to turn this into another melee. So now I have 3, and I throw in a range as well. Now I have 4. I kill this thing, but it's going to fight back with 2 because I didn't kill it ranged. So it just automatically goes like that.
So all the characters can do melee or ranged attacks?
Yeah, everybody can do anything. It's just each character has its own abilities, so some of them are better with this or that, and you can unlock new things, and you can also collect treasure cards that will allow you to do different stuff. There is no direct player attacks against each other, but you can use treasure cards to kind of take that thing where you steal XP, you make monsters stronger so they kill your opponents and all that, move monsters towards them. And neat thing is all these heroes are compatible with Arcadia Quest, so you can bring them to that game. And we also have a pack that you can use to bring the Arcadia Quest heroes into Masmorra.
Oh, neat.
So it can kind of share in the same universe. We wanted to have as much cross-compatibility as possible.
So this is standalone, but it is compatible.
Yeah, it's a whole new game. It's not Arcadia Quest, but same universe. So we wanted to make sure you could use the same heroes and just have them be the same property, essentially.
Cool. So this Kickstarter has finished.
Yes.
And it was, of course, successful.
Very much so.
When are you looking at this hitting?
Yeah, this has still got a long production ahead. So this is looking like Q4.
Q4.
Yeah.
All right. So end of the year.
Yes, exactly.
All right. Very cool.
We have something I can't really show cards here.
Okay.
But we might as well just touch base on Xenoshift Redmire.
Cool.
So this is also a Kickstarter we did earlier this year. So this is a new standalone box for Xenoshift, and it's also compatible with the first one. So you can it can act as an expansion to that.
Yeah.
So it brings all new monsters. It's the Brood, which is not the bugs from the first one.
Right.
It's more animal-like. So you have the Brood enemies with all new enemies, new abilities, new ways to bring you nightmares. Yeah, the designer really enjoys watching people squirm while playing the game.
I imagine.
And it also, of course, brings all new troops, all new equipment, all new ways to handle all that. Besides all this new stuff, in terms of new mechanics, what we have is basically the main thing is the weather effects. So each round we draw one card to see what's the current weather. So it could be monsoon or night or fog, and this will change how the monsters act and how some of your equipment, what they can do. So you might have like a night beast that it's not that scary, but when it attacks at night, then it gets all these extra bonuses, so you're really in trouble. But maybe you have like a stealth suit that it's not that good when it's just fog, but when it's night, it gives you extra defense and all that.
That's very
so
cool.
You're always trying to play around the situation that you have, the weather that's affecting your way. And react to that. And also we revamped the difficulty of the game, because one thing that people were talking about the first game is how difficulty could spike early on in the game, and you could lose very quickly. So we kind of tweaked the difficulty of the game, so it's still just as hard, but it goes up a bit more gradually. Yeah, so you can prepare yourself, you can equip yourself better as the game progresses until the real everything hits the fan at the end of the game, not as you're still getting your bearings.
Right. Exactly.
And besides Redmire, we also had an expansion for this second season, which was Immolation, in which you go to this fiery planet, and you have all new monsters which are all kind of fire theme based, and you have this immolation mechanic where the heat goes up, and as the heat goes up, the monsters are able to do more and more stuff. So and you can, depending on how you behave, the heat can go up or down, so you need to manage that, and the monsters can get more powerful. And also the same thing with your equipment, also affected by the heat, by the immolation level. So it's just new things to change up the game as the game progresses, so you're never quite sure how this particular round will play, because it depends on all these different factors coming into that.
And your time frame for this one?
This one should be quite a quick production. It should be Q3, I think. That's what's expected.
Q3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Late
Very
Q3,
cool.
I think.
Late Q3. All right. Thank you very much, Thiago, for joining us.
Thanks very much. That was
very much appreciated.
That was a bunch of it.
Yeah, it was.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thanks, you guys, for joining us. We'll see you on the flip side, y'all. All right, you can go ahead and over there answer some questions if you'd like, and then we'll get this stuff backed up for you.
Okay.
And then take your mic off, and we'll get that one.
All right. Keep the game separate. That's all.
Yeah.
The Brazilian pronunciation.
All right, everybody. We have a few questions here for Cool Mini or Not.
Ask away.
Come on over, my friend. How you doing? I'm Z.
I'm hanging in there. How you doing?
Let's see you again.
Alrighty, so the viewers have a couple of questions. We're just going to do a rapid fire round here.
Sure.
So, main thing, this is sort of an overarching thing. You guys have a lot of games coming out over the next year. What is the number you guys have said?
I try not to look at the number because it scares me.
I bet.
It's something around 24 something. I don't know.
24, something like that.
I don't. It's a
Okay, so a
lot.
question that maybe makes it just a little bit less scary. How many of those titles are brand new products that you guys are doing for the first time anyone's ever seen it, and how many of them are imports, let's call it?
Yeah, because
or reprints?
Yeah, a lot of those is we're getting partnering with other publishers and just getting them into the U.S. market, or just developing games that were ready and just bringing them into the final push. So yeah, I think about half of those would be our own properties that we developed. From the ground. The other half is getting things that are pretty much ready and just giving a final touch, or just really helping it get published in the U.S.
Is that a would you say a new push for the company, for Cool Mini or not, that you are looking at for the future? Because you guys really haven't done that before too much.
Yeah, we did a little bit. Like we did get games like that were almost finished, and like with Prestige, for example, Second Gate developed it, and we just did the final touch-ups and production side of it. But yeah, we are going much stronger into that field of just looking for good games around and just bringing them into our pan of games.
Right. Now, we've been talking also a lot about retail versus Kickstarter.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, you guys are making a big push for retail for the upcoming games for this year.
Yeah, exactly.
How many of those would you say are going straight to the shelves, and how many of them are going to Kickstarter?
Yeah, the thing is, we are not really, we are doing as many Kickstarters as we can, but there's only so much time and manpower in a year that we can do that. So we're keeping the number of Kickstarters the same. We do about 5-6 a year, one every other month.
Okay.
And on everything else is straight to retail, from small box games to big ones like Godfather and all that. That will be straight to retail. So we want to kind of diversify it, so we're not just a one-trick ponies on all Kickstarters. And they each offer a different experience to the public. Now, they're all different games. Some games, they benefit from the Kickstarter model of just adding more stuff to the game, getting promos, getting all these exclusive things. And some games are just, let's just do the game, and that's enough for that kind of game. So that doesn't need to be a Kickstarter. So we will do that. But the thing is, we will, for the foreseeable future, we will always do Kickstarters, because first of all, our public expects that they like the Kickstarter experience, and it's working for us as well, so there's no reason not to do that. But we do want to diversify and have other options and other venues, and work with retailers more in a more friendly manner, and just it should work for everybody, right?
Okay. But you also answered my next question, which was going to be how you decide versus a Kickstarter and retail, but you've kind of answered that question.
Yeah.
If you think it'll benefit from having a
Exactly.
Kickstarter,
Yeah, you
can add
know
stretch goals and that sort of
some
thing.
games are Kickstarter games. This has to be Kickstarter because there's a lot of potential for expansion and growth and adding some fun tidbits and blinging out the game. And some games that's the game. If you try to pump things into it, you're making the game worse. So just keep the game as it is, and that's that.
All right. A couple of questions here about a specific game, Unusual Suspects. Are you guys doing a pretty much straight reprint of when it came out from Cranial, or are you guys adding any new faces?
We are adding more stuff. It's the same game, same rules. The rules are simple enough, but we are adding more characters. We're adding new questions. It has a different flavor. It's more. We kind of tweaked it to the American market, you could say. Some characters that U.S. gamers can relate to more, and some questions that are more culture specific. Yeah, exactly.
Did you remove the hat that came in the original?
I don't know if
I
we're doing
wouldn't
the
fault
hat.
you if you did. But
Yeah, that's the first thing when I was like, do we need a hat? I don't actually know about the hat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, when you say change faces, add faces for the American market, that's not is that a so the game is more PC,
No,
or just sort of
this game doesn't
localize it a little bit.
Just localize it. Just so you have, because the thing with the question is you need to have some rapport with those people so you can kind of make assumptions and all that. Because if you have no relationship to them, it's just it loses a bit of the fun.
Okay.
So we're trying to make it more relatable so you can really kind of play up on those assumptions that people make based on the look of people.
Right.
So it's not PC. This game can't be PC. The premise is judging a book by its cover.
Okay,
so.
right. Which is why I wanted to ask you to make sure we clarified that for me and for everybody watching. And then finally, just one big question. I read this early on. I wanted to save it for the end though, because we looked at the first one you showed off. How do you pronounce that? Gekito. With the gorgeous pre-painted miniatures. People are asking, is there any chance we could be looking at pre-painted miniatures for other games of yours in the future?
The thing is, the only reason we have any hope to do that pre-painted is it's 6 figures in the box.
Right.
Like that's not how we usually do miniatures games. So like if we look at Arcadia Quest, we did on the first one we did on a Kickstarter we did a pre-painted option, but it was a very premium thing.
Right.
Because these things are expensive.
So basically, as of right now, you are not looking at putting out pre-painted miniatures on their own as a deluxe item for, say, Blood Rage or anything like that.
It's not on the plans right now. Of course, with this experiment, we might learn some things. We might come to do some things different in the future. But right now, our experience with doing pre-painted for like a massive game like those, it's not quite within our wheelhouse.
Okay, sounds good, Thiago. Good talking to you.
Good talking to you.
Appreciate it, my friend.
Have a good
it's
Gamma.
You as well. Absolutely. Good
Thank you
luck
very much.
to you. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks, everybody. All right, and we are done with you, my friend.
Okay, thank you very much.
And make sure you get that back from
I
him.
will make sure you do
because
that.
there might only be 5 pre-painted.
Well, there are 5 in there.
And there might still be only 5 in
there
here.
may only be 4.
I'll trust you then. Shall I?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you.
So I think that's it for our coverage today. Tom is not here to wrap the show, so I guess we'll be wrapping it today.
We are wrapping it up, in fact.
We're wrapping it up. We hope everyone enjoyed our coverage today, as usual, and we should be doing the same thing starting at 9 tomorrow, going to about 5 or so. What was the game that everyone liked the best today, or that you caught your eye the most out of everything we did? Is anyone else going to come back in for a close? You're giving me that look.
All right, fine, I'm back.
So what game intrigued you the most out of all of them today?
What game intrigued me the most? I'll tell you, the thing I'm looking forward to the most is something I was aware of already, but it is the expansion to Legends of Andor, big box expansion. I really like that game. I've been aware of that expansion in German for many months, probably over a year at this point. And so I'm glad that it's finally coming out in English. That's my big one. I'm excited for that Grizzled expansion we just heard about. There's a lot of, strangely, and this might be just sort of because I've only taken a surface look at all of these things and not digested everything, there's a lot of reprints and a lot of expansions that I'm really excited for. Even games that I have sometimes, but Unusual Suspects, great. I'm really looking forward to that reprint. The Ravens of Three Sahasri, I'm looking forward to that reprint, gorgeous reprint. And there's a few like that, and then a few expansions, as I said.
Chaz, what about you? What games caught your eye today?
Oh man, well, we did 22 interviews, so it's all a blur. So who are some of the people that we spoke to today? It was really neat seeing all the different Ninja Turtle properties, the games based on the Ninja Turtle properties. We saw at least 3 today, and they were completely different games. You know, Minis and Dice Masters game, and that was really neat to see. Not just because it was such a nostalgic, thing, but also because there were so many different things done with it.
And we got Eric here, who I'm going to pull in.
Oh, Eric.
Yes, hello.
What about you, Eric? What did you enjoy today?
I think I'm most excited about the Guildhall, the new Guildhall sets from AEG.
Yeah, those look cool.
I mean, that's a game that I really like. and to see that they're doing something different with it. I like the concept of the 3 boxes being able to be combined, and you can do the sets with the different classes and not just specific. I mean, it's basically 3 standalone games.
Yeah.
But to have a sort of a combined Voltron aspect to it, that sounds kind of cool. So I'm excited.
Yep. Sam, you want to come in for a closing thought before we shut it down? Sam, want to come in? We've been doing some closing thoughts. We didn't know if you'd be back. We are now going to add Tom. I haven't done mine.
No, we don't need it.
Everyone else has given theirs, except for Sam.
You haven't done yours?
I haven't done my what games excited me the most yet. But I want to say,
flip this table.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Dice Masters and that Friday the 13th game, Black Friday. Those games look incredible. Did you see that one, Black Friday?
No, I did not. Who's doing Black Friday?
Ares, and it's like a hidden role slasher game.
Yes, I saw that. I'm excited about that. As long as it's not too gory. Did it look very gory?
No, not at all. And did you see the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Dice Masters?
I did. I played like 3 games of it. I did not. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I didn't play any games of it.
My brain was about to explode.
It has a 1-cost basic action card. Pizza.
I know. I saw the pizza card and the Heroes in a Half Shell card and the.
It's interesting. So I was able to go around and talk to a lot of different companies, a lot of different publishers. There's a lot of things going on. I'm excited to see where the different publishers are going. Crash Games has a whole pile of new stuff coming out.
Crash of Games.
I'm sorry, Crash of Games. I told him to embrace that because he's going to be made fun of for the next couple months.
It's now the new board gaming meme for now.
I mean, yeah, a lot of these companies have big slates of games coming out in 2016. Stronghold has a big slate, Cool Mini or Not. F2Z, I saw the Cthulhu board. Eric, you saw that too. I'm trying to get them to come here and show it to us, but I was almost there when Eric texted me.
Hopefully we see it tomorrow.
We'll try. We have a full slate of people coming in tomorrow.
Pandemic Cthulhu, we'll squeeze them in.
We'll squeeze in a lot of people if we can. We'll try to get as many folks as we can on the channel. Has we got any questions, Chaz?
Are there any questions?
Not yet. Just saying we all look very tired. So when we are very. I don't know if maybe you guys aren't tired, but I am.
Tom will be taking a nap before dinner.
Apparently Suzanne went to go walk dogs and never came back, right?
No, she's right there.
Oh, there she is. I saw you out there. By the way, the answer to your question is no, with an exclamation point.
Well, no, I'll let them know.
Well, don't worry about it. I'll let them know.
Okay.
I'll say it less no-ishy.
I can say it, but go for it.
Eric, you look really tired. I'm just waiting to see if there's any questions before we shut down.
They said get rested.
All right, you know what? There's no reason to keep the feed going longer than we need to. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. We will be starting at 9 a.m. We're going to be we'll be talking with a lot more publishers. Who's first tomorrow?
Stronghold, we believe. Stronghold's one of the first ones tomorrow.
Yeah, it's time to.
Z was supposed to follow me there and left me
Yeah, we think it's Stronghold is the first one tomorrow, but we're not sure if it's Stronghold or not.
It's not Stronghold. All right, guys. Until next time, I'm Tom Bassel. You've been watching The Dice Tower. Shut her down.
Z Garcia, Sam Healy, and Jason Levine.